markedly better situation today in 2024 than in years past. So as a historian, I'm not worried that there's not going to be something to write about or talk about. I would just like to know when that's going to happen. So thank you.
Our next speaker is Agnia Grigas, Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Council of the United States.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to be part of this important event and making it possible for me to connect from Vilnius, Lithuania. Now, I'm really honored to join my fellow panelists with whom I share connections to Columbia University and with Atlantic Council. Well, first I have to say I'm pleased to be part of the historical panel, though I must say I'm not a historian. I'm a political scientist focusing on international relations. However, as Edward Augustus Freeman, leading historian and professor of history at Oxford in the 1800s, has said, history is past politics, and politics is present history. I'm also of the Oxford School of Thought and International Relations that grants great importance to history and culture as determining factors in politics and international relations, quite in contrast to maybe another school of thought, the realist, more theoretical approaches to international relations. I believe it's impossible today to understand the news headlines or tweets without having an understanding of the past 300 years of history. I feel like we need that framework, right? We need that context. And especially when it comes to events going on today, well, the war in Ukraine, Lithuania, Poland, and this part of the world. So my comments today will be very much colored by a geopolitical and contemporary perspective. I view today's war in Ukraine as a war not only over territory, but over history. You can argue not only over Ukraine's history, but that of also Central and Eastern European history, of identity, of their place in Europe among democratic states. From what we've seen from Putin's interview with Carl Tucker, with his op-eds, right, with his frequent statements, it's an effort to rewrite history, or even maybe you could say further to erase the history of Ukraine and arguably other European countries that shared the misfortune of being under Moscow's influence at some point in their historical time. It's also a war of empire, a war of colonialism, a war of culture. I discussed this in my book, Beyond Crimea, The New Russian Empire. For those of you who are more interested in this topic, particularly that of the use of so-called Russian compatriots or Russian speakers in efforts to justify the war. That book came out in 2016 from Yale University Press. So if we look at the three countries of Lithuania, Poland, and Ukraine, they share a common history, a common worldview, I believe, of freedom, of individual rights, and being part of a Christian European civilization. These peoples, they lived in great tolerance and great freedoms in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth that I believe was in many ways well ahead of its time. There are many questions, historical questions, that divide the three countries today, but I actually believe that we really, at this moment in time, in the geopolitical context where we stand today, we really should focus on what unites us. And because indeed, the risks are so much greater than any of the divisions that we face. And the enemy is much greater, which in fact stands as an antithesis to our shared both historical and present-day culture, values, and worldviews. So for today's panel, well, there were three topics that were highlighted. So I'll touch on those, again, from my more geopolitical and contemporary perspective. The topic of the Republic, or the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. I believe this is a very interesting topic to revisit from a contemporary perspective, as viewing it as one of Europe's earliest republics. In some ways, maybe one of the earlier democracies, right? But a lot of the democratic rights and freedoms that were way ahead of its historical times. And I think maybe in part this explains why today and why over the past 100 years, the Poles, the Lithuanians, and the Ukrainians have fought so hard for their freedom, right? And they continue to fight for it today in Ukraine. So one of the interesting facts, of course, is from the Republic, from the Commonwealth, is the Szlachta, the unique system where the elite, the privileged class, right, were able to elect the king and the parliament. And this political system was known as Golden Liberty. Started with the Union of Lublin. Of course, it ended with the third and final partition. For those of you who are a fan of Norman Davies, I'm a huge fan here. So in his History of Europe, particularly the chapter on the Enlightenment, he argues that rationalism and intellectual habitat was only present in 3 or 4 locations in Europe in the 17th century. And one of these 4 places was indeed Poland, Lithuania, particularly because of the presence of different religions, of Catholics, of Protestants, of Christian Orthodox. And this provided a suitable clash of ideas, created tolerance, allowing for rational dialogue, because again, of this mix of different religions and cultures. Some of these, again, these rights and this perspective, this quite democratic, I would argue, perspective, goes way back. This goes back to the Lithuanian statutes from 1522, written 1522, ratified in 1529. They're based on the privileges of the Lithuanian dukes and also the ancient laws of the Rus from the Ukrainian territories. Very, you could say, progressive from today's perspective, rights of the inhabitants, particularly the rights of women and their rights to inheritance, the protection of individuals regardless of their status and wealth. So I would love to hear, again, historians speak about this more, right? And this incredible climate at the time in the Republic, in the Commonwealth, of individual rights. So why did the Commonwealth fall? We heard some discussion of that from earlier panelists. For me, it's very interesting from the perspective, a contemporary perspective, if we look at some of the inherent fragility of democracies, right? And we talk about this today quite a bit. We can assume living in the democratic Western world that democracies are infallible, that they're the final form of government. At the same time, we have to realize democracies are fragile. And if we as democratic citizens are not united, if we're not invested in our governments, then they have the capacity to be essentially weakened, infiltrated by outside interest groups and powers. And of course, the decision apparatus is quite different, right? And that was one of the, in a way, weaknesses of the Commonwealth. The decision apparatus of democracy is quite different than of authoritarian states. So I think viewing some of the lessons learned from the fall of the Commonwealth could even enlighten our perspectives of democratic states today and how we can strengthen democracy. Another subject that was highlighted in the program was the Intermarium project, an effort to essentially unite the Central and Eastern European countries by Joseph Pilsudski and create a single political entity at that time, right, to revive essentially the Commonwealth. This project was not popular in its time in Lithuania or Ukraine, and it's neither then, probably, nor today, right, from a historical perspective, from the perspective of Vilnius or Kiev, but I believe it can still serve as a broad inspiration for a broader geopolitical alliance today. And this is very much, I think, in line of the current alliance or the current support we see, both incredible support from Poland, incredible support from Lithuania for the Ukrainian cause. And we also see it in the 3 Seas initiative, right, founded in 2016, and the initial summit in Dubrovnik in Croatia to unite the 12 member states from the north to the south, from the Baltic Sea to the Adriatic. So Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Czechia, Slovakia, Austria, Hungary, Slovenia, Croatia, Romania, and Bulgaria. And the third element in the program was to touch on Cold War anti-Soviet resistance. This again unites the three countries because of quite large-scale armed resistance against the Soviets that lasted through the 40s and into the early 50s in all three countries. In Lithuania, from about the spring of 1945, where thousands of men and women fought as partisans in the forest against Soviet occupation. In many ways, many lives were lost as people were anticipating support from the West, right? That never came. Again, historical lessons I think we can relearn today. Also, the sizable anti-communist resistance in Poland from 1944 to 1953 by the Polish underground, by anti-communists, anti-Soviet armed struggles. And as well, the Ukrainian insurgent army, which I have to say it remains controversial today, right? To what extent? And I feel like because Ukraine hasn't been given an opportunity to maybe reclaim and fully study its history in this period, right? Where figures still vary from the size of the forces, from 40,000 to maybe 100,000 men and women who were fighting against Soviet occupation, particularly in Western Ukraine, in the Carpathian Mountains, during World War II and subsequently. Part of this resistance was also not just military resistance and not just partisan resistance, but also I would say spiritual resistance. For me, particularly embodied by the figure of Pope John Paul II, and I've recently have been reading his biography. Again, I greatly recommend this from a historical perspective, where there's a lot of discussion on how John Paul II tried to regain influence and revive the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, right, during the Soviet era, and subsequently was met with great resistance, even later days, even by Gorbachev himself. Also the Catholic resistance in Lithuania and Poland. So in conclusion, again, I would say that these three countries share a lot more in terms of this culture and history than the facts that divide it. And I would like us to consider to what extent in this region we can also decolonialize our history, right? In respect to the statement that, well, Churchill, that history is written by the victors. So this region's history has been written by the victors for too long. The new generation of historians, of course, has reclaimed and worked very hard to reclaim their history, but I believe there's still a lot more work to be done. And this work remains not only important from a historical perspective, but again, in today's geopolitical context, in this context of war, for identity, for culture, and for the right of these nations to exist with their values on the European map. Thank you.
Adrian Karatnycky, author of Battleground, Ukraine.
Can you hear me? Am I sufficiently loud? Or I'll speak from here because I have lots of materials that I may be referring to. It is the end of April 1981, a cold night. I just arrived in Warsaw that day, and I venture forth from the dilapidated, creaky, but now glorious Europejski Hotel in Warsaw and walk up to the entrance to the campus, main campus of University of Warsaw. In a vitrine at the entrance, there is a mimeographed copy of a speech that Jacyk has recently delivered, in which he utters, among other things, the famous redolent phrase, there can be no independent Poland without an independent Ukraine. That statement, which has today over a century of currency, and was first uttered in the Polish Sejm in 1921, and then taken up by Marshal Pilsudski, I believe has been a kind of a framing context in which independent Polish political thinking evolved in the 20th century, and especially within the circles of independent Polish thought and anti-communist opposition thought inside Poland. For me, who has a great-grandmother whose name is the strange name of Turie, but is Polish, links me to a family that includes someone who served as a physician in the forces of Hetman Adam Seniowski, a royal secretary to Stanisław August Poniatowski, the rector of Lwów Polytechnic, and the Marszałek Senior of the Senate, and numerous others from that group. The fact that she married a uniate priest presumably created a frisson or shock within the family, and those families are not close together today. But I think they indicate some of the kind of common roots of life in Galicia and of the kinds of both family connections and, as I would argue, the larger political connections that sometimes at odds with each other, but very often fitting very nicely. So let's remember the roots of what we see today, the roots of this significant, if not just, I wouldn't say if not emotional solidarity, and certainly geopolitical solidarity that exists within the Polish political leadership, the Polish elite, and I would say has been absorbed and is well understood by the Ukrainian political elite. The slogan and the idea of the correlation of the ability of these two states to exist independently amid Germany and Russia was kindled and supported in the writings of important Polish intellectual figures, both in Polish but also in exile and the diaspora. Obviously, the most famous of whom would be Józef Micgiel, and through the work of Jacyk and Kultura, whom I visited as early as 1977 in Maison Lafitte, where one found, even though he was steeped in Ukrainian discourse, an intense, among his circle, his editors and colleagues, an intense interest in what was going on in the dissident movement with which I was marginally affiliated, but this kind of a deep desire to understand what kind of independent thinking exists inside the Soviet Union. This was the beginning of the period where dissidents were being expelled, and some of them were beginning to reach the West and to speak, and this carried out, particularly intensified in the 1980s. Gedrich, of course, was famous for publishing numerous authors on Ukrainian topics and keeping this issue alive. Mickiewicz wrote for Ukrainian emigre political journals, again, as part of the dialogue and as part of this understanding that the anti-communist struggle, the unity of these people and the integrity of this idea, the interrelationship with these two nations in the struggle against really Russia. These ideas entered into the discourse of the dissident organizations that emerged, CORE and others, and became more full-blown during the period of solidarity. So I worked with the trade union movement, I worked with the Polish underground throughout the 1980s, but I came to Poland on that right before Constitution Day in April of '81 to establish the parameters of relations between the AFL-CIO and the solidarity movement, met with came in the company of the great civil rights leader, Byron Rustin. But in my meetings with the entire sort of political and solidarity and dissident Polish community leadership, I found this intense fascination of what is going on in Ukraine. What are its prospects? What is the potential for upheaval? What is the potential for the events that are occurring in Poland to echo inside Ukraine, and a determination to try to influence that process? Now, geopolitics and the fear of the United States about too much tumult in the region also influenced the Solidarity leadership eventually. But at the second phase of the Solidarity Congress in Univa, Poland, Univa, and the Baltic, there was a famous brief statement of solidarity with the workers of Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union, in which solidarity, by a very large margin, and I think over the objection of some more cautious of the leaders of the passed this resolution. I think Andrzej Gwiazdo was one of the radicals who insisted, and it just had overwhelming support because this idea that was launched in the Polish Sejm in 1921 through these various instruments and through the influence of the intelligentsia, Polish intelligentsia outside onto Poland through Radio Free Europe and to some extent also to Ukraine through Radio Liberty. It was a kind of a possible force. It could not be stopped. And so these ideas were declared, and I think they were then followed through. The period of Polish independence, as the historian Jaroslaw Jacyk points out, had immense influence on creating a kind of a political culture, beginnings of a political culture inside the Lviv. That brief period where media were open was absorbed by dissident and activists and independent thinkers and activists in Galicia primarily, and then through samizdat and through discourse among dissidents and civic activists transferred to central Ukraine. In the period of martial law, solidarity activists who remained in the West or found themselves in the West were also engaged in assisting. And the Solidarity Underground Press continued to widely publish on Ukrainian topics, on the issue of imperialism, on the issue of Ukrainian-Russian solidarity, building a base among the activists in the underground. I was very active in the financial and material support for the Solidarity, and I have a huge archive of everything from Solidarność Walcząca to Nova to anyway, a range of publications, book publications, and so on. And there were dozens of books that are reprints of fundamental texts like Mickiewicz's by more conservative publishers. There was, active discussion about the future of Ukraine in these media, even at a time where Poland had its own struggle to undertake. And I think this built the foundation for a very, effective cooperation once Ukraine came to independence. Now, I've just completed a history of the modern Ukrainian state, and it's available here, so I will shamelessly plug it, but I want to cite first instance of the descent, the team that parachuted into Ukraine for the Root Congress in 1989 in September. It included Bogdan Borusewicz, but it also included Gazeta Wyborcza's Adrian, who struck the most radical note. Ukrainians were still hesitant in that period, apart from a couple of firebrands, for calling directly for Ukrainian independence. But Adrian electrified the assembly. I was there, I saw it, I swear to it. He said, "You as Ukrainians and we as Poles know the face of great Russian chauvinism. We know how much harm it has brought to Russians themselves. We know no nation can be happy if it degrades and oppresses other nations. Poland is with you. Solidarity is with you. Long live a democratic and free Ukraine." his oration was met with a protracted standing ovations. I remember my first encounters with Adam a few, 8 years before that in the, on the grass outside of the Oliva Hall, and all he wanted to talk about was the state of Ukraine. What are Ukrainian dissidents about? What is the potential? Is there some sign of a people? What is the reaction? And so on. And this dialogue continued. And the entire, I would say, Ukrainian establishment, both people in the diaspora and people who were coming from Ukraine and coming into Poland. And I think the early publications, the relationships, the personal relationships that were built, many of these people took, Jacyk, whom I should mention, who was a central person in this discourse, who became a minister, Bronisław Geremek, all of these people who populated the leadership of the early governments of Poland and the middle period governments of Poland, helped build and deepen a relationship and to avoid some of the disturbances that occasionally, the historical disturbances over historical memory that occasionally erupt. Two presidents who were not who did not have a real, I would say, patriotic feel, Presidents Kuchma and President Kosciuszko, were found it easiest to settle historical disputes. They simply said, we forgive each other. Let's move on and let historians deal with this. They did it in 97 and they did it in 2003. It's a pretty good formula, but it doesn't put the issue away unless it is dealt with in a more forthright way. But in subsequent periods, when we had a patriotic President Yushchenko and Lech Kaczynski had an incredibly warm relationship, and Poland's presence on the Orange Maidan was of Polish leaders and Polish activists was an important part of consolidating it. When we moved into the Yanukovych era, I would say President Komorowski and Radek Sikorski were kind of trying to seduce Yanukovych cynically, but trying to drag him in and give him as much leeway as possible, just simply to get Ukraine to be signed on to the free trade agreement, sacrificing principle and even sacrificing people like Yulia Tymoshenko, who was in jail, but was removed as an obstacle. And even Yulia Tymoshenko herself said, I should not be an obstacle to a free trade agreement that, of course, never came. And when the new Maidan erupted and a new leadership came and a new consciousness, I think there was a strong basis of relations and the relationships among all presidents, President Duda, all of them. There has been this continuity, which I believe is echoed in these words announced a century ago that have been, I would say, kind of the logic of Polish foreign policy. To conclude, the Polish people, I want to just say one of the most remarkable things, someone I know from the Polish leadership, Paweł Kowal, represents Rzeszów. He received the highest number of votes, I believe, for any individual candidate for the Polish Sejm, right? Running, I think, something like 65%. He was at the top of the list. But the remarkable thing is that he ran from Rzeszów. Rzeszów, a city that only 2 years ago had a population of 250,000. Today has a population of 350,000. Now is over about a third of its population is now Ukrainian. I cannot imagine any place that someone who is a champion of that kind of a wave of immigrants in the United States would ever be elected with such support. So something remarkable, despite all of the occasional historical problems, has occurred in this relationship. And I think it is part of this incredible intellectual and political legacy, part of this political culture that emerged inside Poland. That legacy has also, I think, contributed to this massive amount of assistance that Poland gives, amounting to about 1% of GDP, 9 billion in military aid, and with domestic and external humanitarian aid, something on the order of 25 billion. I don't know whether it's euros or dollars, but it's gigantic. This amount of generosity, I think, carries a responsibility also for Ukrainians to be sensitive to occasional tensions in the relationship as occurred on the the blocking of Ukrainian exports and the temporary blockage and the issues that revolve around the Volyn tragedy. I will not go into this issue except to say my own personal view is that there was a genocide that was committed, but it was not committed by the entire UPA, but by, I would say, a particular unit of the UPA, which I think deserves to be criticized and condemned, while the broader role of the UPA in the region should be understood by both Poles and Ukrainians as somewhat different from that led by the UPA North, led by Clem Savur. But it's a little bit unfair to just toss out an ill-founded argument, but I do believe there is a formula, a way of acknowledging the past, and certainly the issue of the burial of unmarked burial sites should become a responsibility of the Ukrainian state. And even in wartime, I think at least the first steps should be, steps can be taken even now towards this. So I will conclude to say that, as Agnia said, that history matters. The consistency with which Poles have understood the Ukrainian question has, I think, also influenced Ukrainians, and the support that is rooted in this history and this, I would say, profound understanding is one of the reasons that this alliance will live and these two independent states will persist. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have 15 minutes for questions, and please possibly questions or very short comments. And will you please give your name when you take the floor, please.
My name is Jacyk. I wanted to answer the question that George Micgiel brought up, which is why Poles and Ukrainians were not cooperating during the war. And one reason was that right after the Russian army attacked Poland on 17th of September, west of areas where the Russian army didn't get in.
Would you please use the microphone?
Yes, so I wanted to talk about why Poles and Ukrainians did not cooperate with World War II. The reason is that after the Russian army invaded Poland on 17th of September, in the areas of to the west of it, the Ukrainians, both UPA and the communists, were attacking Polish soldiers who were rebelling to the east, like the German army in the wartime. They were murdering people unless they were not regarding them. My father's brother was murdered on the road in Karatnycky and Warsaw. And I found witnesses to his death, and what was going on there was, slaughter on the back of the Polish army that was fighting the Germans. So that's one reason. But another reason, and maybe more important one, is because UPA was working with the German military intelligence both during the war, before the war, and after the war. They were working on the after. There are many proofs of it. And how can ACA cooperate with an organization that's working for the Germans? And they looked like they were murdering the Poles on the borders of the Germans, actually. And this went on the war. And I have to say, and I call on people here to do more research in this area, but from what I know, is that after the war, the United States, the warring CIA, absorbed the so-called Gallant organization, the German military intelligence that were collecting information on what was going on in the East. And they rejected Bandera. They said he was so despicable, he was so connected with these mass murders that were going on in Poland, that they refused to allow him to the United States. And this is one reason he was in Poland, and the Russians were able to get to the
It's a comment. The only thing I would add to it is UPA did not exist in 1939. So that this cannot be
With one correction, because we actually got an archive. I actually have it on my computer. I can show it to you. Remember, we were friends at one point. We had actually, there is a document now that the CIA has released from August 9th, in which it says that they had then reviewed all those accusations and had found that much of that was terribly inaccurate. And right after the Captive Nations resolution was passed in 1959, they were getting ready to invite that into the United States. In fact, this was August and September of 1959. And it turns out that Lockheed has done his work really well in his work on the assassination. Yet it turns out that in October of 1959, the Russians speeded up the entire process of the assassination when that precisely because they know that the relationship had changed because the information that the CIA received was different than it had in the early days. So I didn't think that this conference was going to get there. I thought that we actually had gotten to the point where Adrian had left it, which is that the post-war period was a really fruitful period for all of us, and eventually gave us a treat, and that's the only thing I'm going to make us at the time. There was a third, and that's CIUS, who was just as important as food, and it's really that, and those three, the merging of these three nations that have learned to rebel because they, I think Agnia is absolutely right. They had a history of constitutional, of global constitutional rights.
So just one point on this on CIUS, and more importantly, Lithuania was a major center for publication of the emerging Ukrainian independent media, even more so than Poland, because it was still within the borders of the Soviet Union. So dozens of what we would call opposition or independent publications began to be printed in Lithuania and then edited in Ukraine and printed and brought back for distribution. So an incredibly important role there.
Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Katrina. I actually have a question for you. Frank, how do you pronounce your last name?
Sysyn.
Sysyn? Okay. What is the best materials to read if you to get an overall history of Lithuania, Poland, and Ukraine?
So there is, it was mentioned by Dr. Grigas, the Norman Davies history of Poland. It is, I think, a good place to start. The Cambridge History of Poland, which came out in 1950, remains a really very good book to turn to. And I might add, one of the most interesting parts of it for a later period, Miron Korduba, one of the most prominent Ukrainian historians, wrote a chapter in that Cambridge History of Poland. If we're looking for early cooperation, that I think is an interesting case. And then the book that I most recent that I recommend is Robert Frost, this history, Oxford History of Poland, Lithuania.
I'm guessing you're not mentioning the poet, right?
No, I'm not mentioning the poet, although I met him in Krakow, showing you these interconnections of scholarship. I was already a young professor at that point. He was a graduate student. And I immediately gave him, because of his name, Lesya Ukrainka on Robert Burns to read. I also, interestingly enough, and he is a very major scholar today, the great specialist on this field. He just was the major keynote speaker at the Congress of Poland on the Commonwealth. But I also recommended to him, you've got to learn Russian too, because there's a vast literature on the Grand Duchy of Lithuania in Russian, and it's got to be accessible to you if you're going to work out. He did. as well as that. Now, I don't know, I think it was sent out, but I have a blog. If you want the shortest answer, I have a blog on Poland, Lithuania, and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth on the website of Ukraina Moderna, and that at least addresses a lot of the questions of historiography. And I think we can send you that, and it gives us some extra literature as well. Okay.
Thank you so much.
And Louis Bruchevsky as well. So, other questions or comments, please? Yes, Lisa.
First of all, I would like to thank you, Adrian, for mentioning this appeal of the solidarity to the workers of Soviet Union. It was criticized by it was criticized heavily by solidarity political elite, including the government and me. But regarding the cooperation between police underground and Cuba, I saw in London, in Kosciuszko Institute, the correspondence, the documents about talks between the Polish government in exile and the Ukrainians. They had no government in exile, but they had delegates in London, and they were talking about cooperation. But the German and Soviet penetration in the region in Poland was so successful that it was also a mission impossible. But I must say that it was a kind of cooperation later on, after massacre. Now, together, Army Krajowa, Home Army, and Upa, they managed to liberate prison in Kosciuszko. What was a sign that we are able to join forces and do something together. Yeah, so it's a very complex history, but I'm very grateful that you managed to say some words about this solidarity initiative. I was very much in favor of that as a solidarity movement.
And the interesting thing is, it was the worker group, not the people who had a lot of contact with foreign diplomats, who were discouraging them to do something destabilizing. But the one point I do want to say is that there is, I don't know if this is a point that is widely understood, about the connection of the emergence of the solidarity movement to the collapse, to the eventual collapse of the Soviet Union, and because there is a sort of eight-year gap, but a 7-year gap before Glasnost. In a two-part essay in Agnia, which was a kind of regarded as a semi-progressive Soviet publication, Alexander Yakovlev explained why Gorbachev felt the need to do something radical and to adopt these policies of Glasnost and Perestroika. And it was because, in Yakovlev's telling, Gorbachev was a kind of a true believer. He was not a cynical communist. And he began asking himself deep questions of how is it that the system we have put in place is universally rejected by the working class in Poland, and a kind of an understanding that there was not a great deal of support inside his own state. And it was this that became the kind of germination of his determination when he got a chance to be in power, to make these fundamental reforms. These fundamental reforms, of course, opened the Pandora's box, and then all the proper forces took over and the Soviet Union disintegrated. So there is a direct connection. This workers' movement that is suppressed, it creates doubts in a segment of the communist elite on both sides of the, Soviet barbed wire, to try to find some other compromise with society. And of course, there is no compromise other than the compromise of democracy and independence.
Okay, then I'd like to give a chance for comments for our two online participants.
Frank, I would like to ask everyone to consider the fact that sitting in front of you is one of the key players in Polish-Ukrainian relations. That's Adrian Karatnycky. And during his tenure in very quiet diplomacy, if we can call it that, he accomplished a great deal. I'm not saying this just from my perspective. I can point you to people on the Polish side with whom Adrian worked, who would tell you a lot more about what he humbly and modestly avoided in repeating today. And I would call upon you, if you think that somebody with that sort of stature and background should be supported, then you should run out and ask Walter Zaritsky where you can buy a copy of Adrian's book.
That's exactly.
Tell them where you can buy downstairs.
You may not know that buying a book is the moral equivalent of reading it. And I would urge you to take a look at Adrian Karatnycky's book on Battleground, Ukraine, which is so far the only real good account of what happened to Ukraine in the struggle against the, let's call them the fascist invaders from the East.
Thank you. Okay, and Dr. Grigas, our other online participant, would you like to make a comment or?
Yes, I absolutely agree in terms of supporting the intellectual work, the incredible intellectual work that has been done. I'd like to comment maybe a little bit more broadly, again, with these divisions. Let's not make a mistake. Some of the greatest tragedies that have occurred, right, to the Poles, to the Lithuanians, to the Ukrainians, have been by also instigating divisions among these countries by our external enemies. So again, I would call for unity today and a bigger perspective, a broader perspective, particularly in face of the incredibly dangerous geopolitical world we're facing today, and overall greater unity among democratic countries, right? Let's remember the Commonwealth and its fall, and let's support and be committed to our democracies today.
Thank you. Now on that note, invite you to coffee and to the possibility of purchasing this book. Thank you very much.
I actually, I'd like to be able to thank John, Frank. I'm going to do one thing. Frank, from now on, I'm going to read biographies, because your biography would explain all the wonderful things you've done. John, I wanted to tell you, John Micgiel, that thank you for saying the same thing I would have said, that Adrian book is absolutely fabulous. We did that in the book. And John, thank you for mentioning the poetry, because we did have that talks on the UPA, because I was part of that in the 80s. And Ms. Agnia, thank you very much.
We are now taking a small break. Do very much thank you, Anya and John. It's a little too cacophonous for my microphones to figure out what Walter is saying. Thank you very much.
I promised to talk about the foundation. Ukrainian-Polish-Ukrainian relations, dividing the present and future state of affairs, state to state. Because this will be state to state, the next will be diaspora to diaspora, which is also a very interesting thing. And so with that, the discussion leader will be someone who really doesn't need any introduction. Every time you pick up the hill, there's an article there by all this. Alexander Martin, ranked number 6 in the United States as a political scientist. He's perhaps one of the most distinguished people that I know. And he truly is prolific. There's only one other match for him, and you can see him, it's Adrian Karatnycky. But anyway, it's going to be all yours. And yes, they mentioned of the ringer. Folks, some of you may haven't turned your phones off, and if you haven't, it starts ringing on that, might disturb the people next to you. So I'm asking for that to be closed on. So, okay. All right, Alex, with that, thank you.
Before we begin, just a point of order, we're 25 minutes late. Does that mean 25?
No, we just keep going.
We just
The question and answer period will be a little short.
a little sugar until we run out of speed. Oh, thank you, then. Since I have about 5 minutes, let me just raise a number of issues that the speakers may or may not want to address, but that were to some degree addressed by the people beforehand. One is that this session, obviously, it's not just about relations during the present and future state of affairs. We're talking about the war. Or at least I'm hoping that we'll talk about the war. All of you have been following the war, so you know exactly what's going on. So what we're talking about is Poland's contribution, Lithuania's contribution to the Ukrainian war effort, and likelihood that that contribution will increase, decrease, stay the same in the foreseeable future. Things of that sort would be worth talking about. And more generally, just the war. Where do you think the war is going? How do you think the war is evolving? What role will Poland, Lithuania, and Ukraine have in either winning or perhaps not winning the war? But in any case, so I'd like to put that sort of center straight up front. We're not just talking about relations, we're talking about the war. I hope we will also talk about the post-war period. And that, of course, is somewhat part and parcel of the mandate of this panel, because we're talking about future relations as well. And let me just suggest a number of possible scenarios. I mean, Ukraine could lose. It could lose very, very badly. Personally, I don't think that's going to happen. If you've been following any of the things that I've been writing through the whole record sources, you'll know that I sin in terms of excessive optimism, perhaps. But in any case, I'm not persuaded personally that that's likely to happen, but nevertheless, it's a concern. It's an outcome that has to be taken into account. If that happens, obviously the first and foremost victim will be Ukraine, but the implications of such a disaster for Poland and Lithuania, needless to say, will be almost as catastrophic as those to Ukraine. And this obviously ties into the comments made by Micgiel, by people like Grigas and others. We've already talked about them. Can there be an independent Poland without an independent Ukraine? The answer to that is no. Then think of what a similar question with respect to Lithuania. If Poland can sustain its independence without an independent Ukraine, how likely is Lithuania to be able to do the same? My guess is very unlikely. So the implications for Poland and Lithuania, we call it a decided Ukrainian defeat, are immense and immensely unpleasant. Consider the opposite, though, a Ukrainian victory. That will also change things. Overall, we'll all be delighted. evil monster will have been defeated, Putin is likely to have been deposed, Russia will get its comeuppance, with any luck it will break up into component parts. But Ukraine will come from this, will emerge from the war very battered. No question about that. At this point, the Wall Street Journal estimates that Ukraine has lost 80,000 dead and 400,000 wounded. So who knows how high those numbers will become if and when the war ends with the Ukrainian victory. Psychologically, it will be battered, economically and environmentally. I mean, we know all of that, so we need to go into that. But there will be two very important differences. This will be a very strong Ukraine. It will have arguably the best military in Europe. It may even be the best military in the former Soviet space. Because if we assume that the Russians will have been defeated, then of course they will have been defeated by the Ukrainians, which implies that their military will be pretty impressive. So it will be something in the nature of a mini great power. Economically, militarily, yes. What are the implications of that? I'm not sure, but it's at least something to ask. The other thing that I think needs to be considered is that in the post-war scenario with the Ukrainian victory, not only will Ukraine come out militarily strong, it'll be very, very self-confident to the point of being perhaps a bit brash. You won't be able to kick Ukraine around anymore. I mean, that'll be the attitude. Whether that'll actually be the reality is another issue. But the attitude amongst many Ukrainians, certainly amongst the veterans that served in the war, will be that we deserve respect, we deserve to have a voice. More than just having a voice, we deserve to be if not number one, at least number two. How will that affect Polish, Lithuanian, and Ukrainian relations? Where Ukraine is no longer the partner or the country that is begging to be heard, that is asking to be understood, that is asking to be incorporated into European institutions. When Ukraine is no longer that kind of country, it will be making demands. My guess is those demands will be reasonable. My guess is those demands will be consistent with the values of the European Union and NATO. But amongst the demands that it will make, it will be immediate, or if not immediately immediate, more or less immediate membership of the European Union and NATO. And we'll have a very strong case for that. Arguably, it will be the best army in the NATO alliance, of the US. And having been given so many EU resources, it will make eminent sense for the Europeans to have direct access to Ukrainian policy-making procedures, which means incorporation in the EU. How will that affect Lithuania's attitudes and Poland's attitudes towards Ukraine and vice versa? Again, my guess is things should work out. But there will be a required shift in attitude. Ukraine will no longer be the supplicant. It will be the demander. But so too will some of the other European countries. And I can imagine some forms of, let's call it mild disagreement. Not more than that, but nevertheless, the relationship will be different and will be structured very, very differently as well. Final point, we talked about the Volhynian tragedy, the Volhynian genocide, call it what you like. It seems to me that wanted to make a number of very brief comments here. One is the question of exhuming the bodies of dead Poles and dead Ukrainians is very important for all sorts of moral reasons. That goes without saying. They have to be buried appropriately with all due respect to the tragic circumstances under which they met their final end. But there's also a very pragmatic issue in this. Numbers are very important in terms of estimating the degree to which a tragedy did or did not occur, and what something like this should be labeled. If the number of Polish corpses, and I apologize for being so open about these very unpleasant things, but if the number of Poles who are exhumed is 100,000 or 200,000, then we are in the realm of genocide. If the numbers are, as a number of historians suggest, more in the realm of 30 or 40 or 50,000, then we're not necessarily in the realm of genocide. We're probably in the realm of civil conflict, civil war, something along those lines. Whatever the case, whatever, wherever one decides to put a cutoff mark, the numbers obviously matter. If only because we need to know, Poles need to know, Ukrainians need to know the extent, the full extent, or the maximal extent of this horrible thing that transpired in Lithuania and Galicia in 1943-44. We need to know. And of course, knowing what we then might eventually know, well, for one thing, that will then eliminate the need for discussing numbers. We will have a number, or at least a range of reasonable numbers. And we could then calmly, perhaps, begin to address the questions of who was the perpetrator, who were the perpetrators, why did this happen, when it happened, where it happened, what were the causes, what were the conditions, and so on. Two more comments and I'll end on this particular point. I was very pleased to hear what John Micgiel had to say about the cooperation between the Polish nationalists and the Ukrainians in 1945. It seems to me that one of the morals of that particular encounter is that neither Poles nor Ukrainians viewed the other side in racialist terms. The conflict between Poles and Ukrainians was not comparable to that between, it's not a conflict between Jews and Germans. It's a straightforward massacre. It was a political conflict, first and foremost, over statehood and over territory. And I think John made an excellent point about that, which needs to be remembered. Neither side thought of the Ukrainians or the Poles as racial enemies. They were political enemies. That doesn't minimize the tragedy, but it does explain why it may or may not have happened, or at least helps us understand why it may or may not have happened, when it happened, where it happened, and so on. Final point I'd like to make is we focus on the nationalists, understandably, because they were important on both sides, the Akka, the Upa. We focus on the atrocities, again, understandably, because we live in an age which focuses on atrocities. Had we had this conference 200 years ago, we simply say, what else is new? Atrocities are business as usual. Nowadays, we're not. What we tend not to focus on, or at least insufficiently in understanding the Ukrainian-Polish conflict, is the peasant dimension. Ukrainians were overwhelmingly countryside agricultural workers. The term they would have used was Micgiel. The UPA, like the OUN, was overwhelmingly a peasant institution. If you know anything about peasant rebellion, and essentially what happened in Lithuania and Galicia was at least partly a peasant rebellion, whether it's in Vietnam, Algeria, or other places. You will know that peasants, when they rebel, they do so very brutally, in a very bloodthirsty, in a very, well, frankly, inhuman manner. That was true in Yugoslavia, when Tito mobilized peasants. That was true in China, under Mao Zedong. That was true in Vietnam. And that's true in every instance of a peasant rebellion. That doesn't minimize the tragedy. That doesn't minimize or absolve the guilty of their guilt. But it makes it possible to understand the complexity of what transpired in Lithuania and Galicia in 1933 and 1944. Anyway, so much for me. I'm delighted to be able to pass the baton I'm not going to introduce anybody, there's introductory biographies are here, but in any case, to Ambassador Jan Piekły.
Thank you so much. So to speak. Can you hear me? Okay. I don't want to speak from behind the table, so this is the reason why I decided to stand up. I must say that I wasn't prepared for such deep and thought-provoking questions from Professor Matthew. I was prepared to talk about some projects I was involved in, the Living Triangle and the thesis initiative. And I will talk about all these issues later on, but I start trying to, with my weak try to respond to Professor Motto's questions, issues being raised. First of all, I remember well the Bucharest Summit 2008, when Ukraine and Georgia were mistreated at the NATO summits because it was a refusal. It was a refusal to give them the membership action plan. The person who was behind it was Polish President Lech Kaczynski. It was also, of course, Ukrainian President Yushchenko, and they were also Americans, but Germans and French were strongly against. You know what happened later on. 2008 summer, the Russians attacked Georgia. It was like a warning sign, and the topic was out of agenda. And then my president died in a plane crash in Smolensk, trying to get to celebration of the Polish officers' massacre by the Soviets. So everything is interconnected, and the Western side committed a lot of mistakes in regard of dealing with the issue of Central Europe, Eastern Europe, and Ukraine. I'm not mentioning Yalta because it's a separate topic. We can talk a lot about this. But now I can say that not giving a NATO perspective to Ukraine, it's a terrible mistake, because the Ukrainian army is at this moment the strongest army on the European continent, with the combat experience, well equipped with the Western weapons and trained by the NATO officers. So rejecting Ukraine would be the most stupid thing in the world, because they know also the enemy. So we didn't, the West didn't find a model for, let us say, giving a kind of bridge to Ukraine for both last summits. Victory. Victory may come if the Western politicians stop speaking about supporting Ukraine but not defeating Russia. The problem is that without defeating Russia, it will be impossible for Ukraine to win. It's simple like that. And I believe very much in the way of thinking of the person who was supposed to be in here, but who is right now in Taiwan, and he's working on another flank of the same conflict, as a matter of fact. I'm talking about Jan Zługajski, well-known expert, thinker, who managed to publish a book, The Collapse of the Russian Federation. And Germany, political elites in Brussels, in France, they are afraid of such a collapse because the chaos in the post-Soviet sphere is a disaster in their opinion. So Russia can cross the red lines, but Ukraine and Western support can't cross the red lines because it will escalate. I think that we should be more serious about the definition of winning the war and of the fact that if Ukraine can win a war, Russia must lose this war. And the vision of the collapse of Russian Federation is one of the ways. We can remember the civil war in Russia after the Bolshevik putsch. It was pretty much the same model we can see right now, soon, in Russia. I am not a prophet, but I know Russia, I know Ukraine. I was a correspondent, war correspondent in the former Yugoslavia, and I understand these mechanisms, and I'm trying to focus on the prospect for final victory of Ukraine, because Ukraine is right now in the same position like Poland in 1939. Although Ukraine is not attacked from the west, it's attacked from the east. But the situation is similar, that Ukraine is just bleeding and fighting the aggression. And without this Soviet attack on Poland in 1939, I don't know how this war would look like. Definitely, it wasn't be an easy victory for Germans. And in result of this invasion of Poland, we had a terrible World War II with many victims, and the Yalta Agreement. And in Yalta, Poland, Eastern Europe, Baltics, we were sold to the Russians. We are very grateful that the West finally welcome our comeback to democracy, to liberal democracy. But it is still a lot of things we should do. I'm not gonna go to talk about these steps because I'm not a strategist, high-profile politician. I can tell you a few words about myself because probably you will get better understanding about what I would like to say a bit later. I am now the president of the advisory board of Polish-Ukrainian Chamber of Commerce. And we are focusing on reconstruction of Ukraine, and we are very much involved in dealing with the Polish companies, international companies, Western companies, which are willing to help contribute, and we are trying to help them with developing the plans, and we are helping also to contact our Ukrainian counterparts because we are the neighbors. And we know our neighbors from the east. Before I was an advisor to Minister Witold Waszczykowski, who was elected to the European Parliament. It was a previous term of European Parliament, and Waszczykowski was the head of the European Parliament delegation to Ukraine, so I was helping him with the advice. And before that, I was the ambassador of Poland to Ukraine, and I witnessed one of the most emotional for me personally development when Ukraine finally got the visa-free agreements for the people with the biometric passports. And I saw the joy, I saw how important it was. And I was also in Vilnius at the time of the summit when Yanukovych said no to the agreement with the European Union, free trade agreement. He didn't want to sign it. So I saw a lot. And Lotko wanted me to talk about these initiatives I was also personally involved in. First one is Lublin Triangle, Lubliński Trikotnik. And it's nothing new. It was like exemplification of the past, the idea of Lublin Union and this kind of the statehood of the Polska Rzeczpospolita, the first Polish Republic, which was a combination of Lithuania, Poles, partly Belarusians, and we intended to make it also Ukrainians. For some reasons at that time it didn't work, and in result we had the partition of Poland. I was a couple of months ago in Lithuania, in Vilnius, on the events when I was invited by my counterpart from the time when I was ambassador to Kyiv, Mariusz Yanukovych, ambassador of Lithuania to Ukraine. And we were organizing together in Ukraine, together all the celebrations related to the Lublin Triangle, to the Constitution, that Constitution, and all the events, including the birthday of Konstanty Ostrowski, the great hetman who managed to beat Russians in the Battle of Warsaw. So we managed to build up, to start a kind of process. I'm not saying that it's a political process, but process of bringing people together and talking about serious issues, about issues of the need of cooperation of these three nations. As a matter of fact, 4 nations, because we are thinking about Belarus. We are thinking about Tsikhanouska. And when I was in Vilnius, it was a lot of thinking about how we may help Belarus to get democratic. Another issue, Lotko wanted me to speak is PAUSI. PAUSI stands for Polish-American-Ukrainian Cooperation Initiative. It was founded by the American government, and it was run by, I think, Freedom House. And at the final stage of this initiative, I was asked, I won a competition for being the director general of this initiative. The concept of this initiative was to bring to Ukrainian colleagues our experience of entering the European Union, preparing for the membership. It was extremely interesting because we were using the examples from the self-government, local government. So they were also study tours of the Ukrainian people from the administration to stay with the Poles in Poland to learn how the system works. And I must say that, in my opinion, we contributed, maybe not a lot, but at least more than a little, to the shape of today's Ukraine. And I'm really proud that we managed to do it. We tried to expand this PAUSI project, this format, also to Georgia, to Azerbaijan, to Armenia, and to Moldova. When we tried to get funding from USAID for the next term for the projects, I remember, like today, when we approached Ambassador John Herbst in Kiev, and he said, no more money for PAUSI, no more money for PAUSI. And unfortunately, it was, then we tried to get the EU funding, but it wasn't the same because America is still the most important player in the region, and we have to remember this. One was ahead of this PAUSI initiative. I wrote an essay on Jagiellonian Eastern Partnership. Eastern Partnership, it was like a predecessor of what Ukraine received right now. Negotiation and the long-term membership status. So I tried to expose in my essay how I see some similarities between what is going on right now in Ukraine, Poland, Lithuania, what we are doing together with the instrument which was given to us by the European Commission, which was the Eastern Partnership. They were difficult days sometimes, especially when I learned from my friends, colleagues from the PAUSI Kiev office when Yanukovych was in power, that they are just trying to interrogate us about you and how rich are you, and to what group, political group in Poland belong to. So it was a signal for me that I should stay out of Ukraine for a while. And then it was a simple reply to my thoughts when it was this Dignity Revolution. It was a TV material composed by the Kremlin propagandists. And according to this material, I was head of the organization which received $2 million from the United States for training the Bojowniki Maidanu, for training the demonstrators from Maidan. So it was a clear proof that somebody in Kremlin was in control and probably still is in control what we are doing. And at the end, I'm going to conclude. I must say that I'm sorry, very sorry for the last comments of my recent Minister of Foreign Affairs for an option of giving Crimea to the United Nations mandate and then to call the referendum. I don't know how, I don't know why. I can speculate, and these speculations are not very hard to believe. But I would like to say that I disagree with this kind of concept. I'm talking about voting. It's also a personal story of my family, but it is not a story from 1943. It's a story from 1920. It was the first massacre of the Poles in Volyn, when the Soviet troops managed to wander through the territory of Volyn to conquer Warsaw and to win and open the way for the communism to overtake the whole West. So it was the same technology, the same technique, and it was what it was already said, the presence engagement. I saw the same in Bosnia and Herzegovina. It was the most cruel because they know, I mean, the perpetrators, they know that they would be able to take the possession of everything they take all found only under one condition, that they will kill everybody. It happens to the brother of my grandfather, and only 2 young kids were saved because the Ukrainian woman, Agnia, managed to hide them. I apologize for being too personal. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Joseph Kalman. Up here or? Okay. Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Jacyk, for your moving presentation.
Thank you, Alex.
It was no other way.
Okay. I'm going to give you something completely different. It was suggested to me that I focus my presentation on relations between Lithuania and Ukraine, and that will indeed be the focus of what I say. We were also told that it would be interesting to know what the state-to-state relations are, and I certainly will get to that eventually. But the first thing that, as a political scientist, I always look for, and maybe this makes me a political sociologist, I'm always interested in what are the attitudes of ordinary people, which I think eventually trickle up to the elites who make the state policy. So, political relations between states take place not only within a structure of rational state interests, but also with a background of historical memories and psychological and cultural compatibility. I'll probably date myself by referring to a conversation I had in 1963 or 1964 in Rome with a Lithuanian university student from Australia. Among other topics, we agreed that Lithuanians in both Australia and the US had a special affection for Ukrainians. He told me that during National Scout jamborees, the Lithuanian scouts in Australia always tried to pitch their tents next to the Ukrainian scouts. This factoid, which cannot be found in any textbook or analytical study, has stuck in my mind. 60 years later, my wife Rasa and I visited Vilnius this summer. We stayed near the Lithuanian Ministry of Defense. To our amazement, the ministry had two huge flags hanging down its facade, one Lithuanian and one Ukrainian. Just looking at the building, one would not know whether the ministry was Lithuanian or Ukrainian. A few blocks away, the presidential building was similarly adorned with equal numbers of Lithuanian and Ukrainian flags streaming down the building's columns. This was not a decoration to celebrate a one-day event. The flags were there during our entire stay of over 3 weeks in the city. Perhaps as impressive were the public city buses with electronic signs in front giving the destination of the bus. But every bus in Vilnius would alternate the information with an electronic sign saying Vilnius, Heart, Ukraine. You just saw them everywhere in the city. It is true, of course, that Lithuania has strategic political reasons for supporting Ukraine and opposing a Russian victory. However, these displays go beyond political calculations to something deep-rooted in history and culture and affecting the emotions. When analyzing relations between countries, this is a powerful factor which cannot be ignored. Although intangible, it affects the magnitude and durability, the resolve and the trustworthiness of Lithuania's support for Ukraine. Now to some state relations. I have some statistics from the Kiel Institute in Germany, which give the amount of foreign aid that was given by something like 41 countries from January 2022, which is just right before the massive invasion, to June 30th, 2024. So until this summer. Poland and the Baltic states are punching above their weight in terms of aid to Ukraine when measured as a percentage of the GDP. Combining bilateral aid and the share of the European aid which each country contributes to, actually Denmark is number one in the world by 2% of GDP. Second is Estonia, 1.9%. Third is Lithuania, 1.62%. And just a tiny bit behind Lithuania, Latvia, with 1.6% of their GDP. Poland is number 7 with 0.9%. Germany is 13th with 0.62%. And the United States is right behind Spain, Portugal, and Greece with 0.3% of its GDP being given to Ukraine. However, unfortunately, national rankings do not pay salaries or buy weapons. And in terms of just simple cold cash, it'll surprise nobody that the United States is #1 with, during these roughly 2.5 years, $83.71 billion. Germany is #2 because sometimes we criticize Germany. Well, you could do more for Ukraine, but they're #2 with $26.26 billion. The United Kingdom is #3 with 14.6. Poland is listed as having contributed $6.58 billion. And Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia are all under 1 billion. There's one area actually where even in cold cash, Poland really ranks very high. According to the Kiel Institute, giving only the costs of supporting the refugees, Germany is #1 with $31.48 billion, and Poland is #2 with $29.91 billion. The United Kingdom is #3, and of course, well, in the case of Lithuania, it's 0.81 billion, and Latvia and Estonia are very close to that. Ukrainian refugees in Poland. A Ukrainian embassy in Lithuania public document issued in June of 2023 stated that Lithuania had provided refuge to more than 77,000 Ukrainians, mostly women and children fleeing the war. We have a boast, the first cultural and educational space for Ukrainian refugees in the entire European Union was opened in Vilnius in June of 2022, just a few months after the start of the massive invasion. Called the Ukrainian Center, it was organized at the initiative of the First Ladies of Ukraine, Zelenska and Nausėdienė. During the first year of its operation, the center hosted more than 1,700 events for adults and children from Ukraine. Now, an interesting fact, the Migration Department of Lithuania has stated that the number of Ukrainians in Lithuania has been declining, had been rising for a while, but in January of 2024, January of this year, there were 86,000 Ukrainians in Lithuania. In late March, there were 74,000. So a real precipitous drop. Some have returned to Ukraine, and others have departed to other countries. I have a feeling, just a gut instinct, that for some Ukrainians, Lithuania may be easy to get to. Then after that, they start looking for someplace else in Europe. However, the number of Ukrainian war refugees with temporary residence permits has stabilized at around 42,000. There's people who actually got permission and are getting aid. There's some benefits when you get official temporary residence status. So 42,000 in March of 2022 and 42,000 and 42,000 in March of 2023. I saw a statistic in one of the articles that over the last couple of years, more than 100,000 migrants have come to Lithuania from Ukraine and Belarus, most of them speaking Russian. And so now here's the little bit of realism in this glowing picture that I've been having, painting of relations. I have heard some mild grumbling from Lithuanians that Vilnius is becoming a Russian-speaking city. Again, now, of course, it's not because the number of Lithuanians is still hundreds of thousands, but nevertheless, 87% of Lithuanians age 65 or more know Russian, but more than a quarter of Lithuanians age 18 to 24 do not know Russian. And 72% of the young Lithuanians say they know Russian, but some may just simply understand it and not speak it anymore. So the stereotype is that Ukrainians in Vilnius are working as taxi drivers and hairdressers. I certainly have met taxi drivers. Fortunately, I do speak some Russian, so I was able to talk with them. But you can see where this would be an irritation in the long run. Lithuanian language lessons have been organized by various organizations to help integrate the refugees into Lithuanian society and also to broaden their employment and educational possibilities. Political support. The Russian invasion of Crimea and Eastern Europe, and even more the massive attack on the rest of Ukraine in 2022, led to a groundswell change of views among Western political and public opinion elites. Whereas previously Central and East European fears and warnings about Russia were dismissed as Russophobia. I have some diplomat friends and they were told that, Russophobia. The new war led to numerous admissions by Westerners in diplomatic circles and establishment publications that the Central and East Europeans had been right about Russian aggressive expansionism. As the title of an article in the Washington Post said, Baltic nations long warned about Russia. Now, maybe the West is listening. Okay. So Baltic and Polish leaders and analysts are now interviewed in the major Western broadcast and print media as experienced experts whose opinions deserve a serious hearing. This change of perspective does not mean that there are no longer any differences on policy questions between the US and Western Europe and Central and Eastern Europe. Poland and the Baltic states remain the hardest of the hardliners in questions regarding Ukraine. However, people like Foreign Minister Radek Sikorski of Poland, Foreign Minister Gabrielius Landsbergis of Lithuania, and other Baltic leaders are high-profile, eloquent, and respected advocates for Ukraine in diplomatic meetings and in the international media. Getting to business. During my time in Ukraine, which was in Dnipropetrovsk, now Dnipro, in 2014-15, I learned that Poland and the Baltic states were a backdoor into European Union markets, often through the establishment of joint ventures between a Ukrainian firm and a Baltic firm. I looked up the trade statistics for this report, and I found that there seems to be a resilience in trade. Despite geopolitical disruptions, trade has remained at more or less the same level, reflecting strong bilateral ties. However, there's been a shift in trade composition, increased emphasis on medical supplies, defense-related exports, and food security. Economic cooperation has been enhanced through joint investments between Ukraine and Lithuania. And a lot of it is military. which gets me to my next topic. And now I can answer Alex's pleadings that we talk a bit about the war. To quote a wise old man, nicht durch Reden und Majoritätsbeschlüsse werden große Fragen der Zeit entschieden. Or as they would say in English, Otto von Bismarck said, not through speeches and majority decisions are the great questions of the day going to be decided. When I was in Dnipro in 2014-15, hospitals were full of wounded Ukrainian soldiers. A Lithuanian delegation came to visit Dnipro and talked about how they would provide assistance, train Ukrainian military medics on how best to use the golden hour. The 1 hour after a soldier is wounded, if you can get to that, then they will be saved. If not, then it's a lost cause. And also to accept the number of disabled Ukrainian military for long-term rehabilitation. I have a long list of, okay, here's an interesting point. Lithuania was the only government directly providing lethal weapons to Ukraine since 2014. Others now, immediately say, well, the Americans were sending only blankets and food supplies, but that's a misconception because other lethal weapons were permitted to be sold by private companies to Ukraine. So the American or any other government other than the Lithuanian government did not give aid directly, but the lethal weapons rather came through the private business transactions. I have a whole long list. I suspect we're running out of time. It started out with ammunition and small weapons, Soviet era, like Kalashnikov rifles, which were familiar to Ukrainian forces. By the end was light anti-tank weapons and armored personnel carriers and stingers and good stuff like that. Lots and lots of military training. All right, now I'm getting to this year. During a January 2024 visit by President Zelensky to Vilnius, Ukraine's defense company Ukroboronprom signed letters of intent with 4 Lithuanian defense industry companies. They would cooperate in exploring joint development of military technologies such as thermal imaging, remote detonation systems. I didn't know what that was. A remote detonation system is you put something far away from where you are, but close to the enemy. And then you get information about what the enemy is doing. And then you say, what the hell? Press a button and it blows up and kills the enemy. That's exactly what Israel was doing. So that is a remote detonation system. Electronic warfare and communications. So these are all areas of military interest, which will be worked on together in joint ventures between Ukraine and Lithuania. Next, during her participation in Ukraine's Independence Day celebrations in Kyiv on 24th of August, Lithuanian Prime Minister Ingrida Šimonytė announced a new military aid package. Among other things, about 5,000 Lithuanian drones will be transferred to Ukraine by the end of this year. How is this possible? This summer, I talked with a Western ex-military man who said he had gone to the new drone factory, which had been constructed in Lithuania. He said that in his life, he had seen many factories, but this absolutely took his breath away. It was the most impressive military drone factory he had ever seen. So 5,000 Lithuanian drones by the end of the year. The first one's being delivered this month, September. She also revealed that Lithuania, well, never mind, other military aid. But what I think is interesting, the 5,000 drones, for comparison, the US Department of Defense published that the US has 11,000 drones of various types and sizes. 11,000. From the start of the war, Russia has bought 6,000 Shahed drone missiles from Iran. So that, fortunately, is the last truly interesting thing that I have to say. Other than that, Lithuania is now really advanced technologically, and a good part of its development is military. It is apparently, total surprise, I just found out when I was preparing this memo, it is now one of the great powers of laser technology. Lithuania and Taiwan, I have a little joke that all Christians believe that there's one God, but a trinity of three persons. Well, diplomats know that there's one China, but two governments of China. And we all talk about what China may be doing to help Russia. But Taiwan now has a very strong relationship with Lithuania because Lithuania did something which I don't have time to explain. However, they are having a lot of joint ventures developing with Taiwan, which is by far the greatest microchip and biotechnology and other sorts of advanced technology countries in the world. And thinking about the fact that Lithuania is extremely strong in lasers, have you read newspaper articles that lasers are now being used, being tested as weapons, that they are actually have tested lasers to shoot down military airplanes? So just a thought. My last point, and then I truly will close. I saw this interview with President Zelensky on September 15th, where he was expressing some frustration that he needed permission from the United States and other Western countries in order to be able to use their weapons in a way that was needed if Ukraine was to win the war. Then we find that Ukraine now has a rocket drone called the Palyanytsia, which has a range of 700 kilometers, which is actually further than the American drones. Talking about predictions, my prediction is that Ukraine, Lithuania, and other sympathetic East European, Central European countries will begin to rely less and less on Western arms and technology. They'll never be totally independent of it. I'm not saying that, that's unrealistic. But in really advanced technology, they're going to start producing their own. Remember, before 2014, Ukraine was the fourth largest arms exporter in the world. And its knowledge of how to produce, design and produce weapons has not gone away. Thank you.
Unfortunately, due to circumstances beyond our control, you have exactly 5 minutes. And we cannot have Q&A, so you're welcome to ask the panelists questions when we take the break. But if you could keep your own 5 minutes, thank you.
Okay. Does it work? Hold it. Hold it.
Yes. Hello, everybody. I am here in the capacity of the chair of Ukrainian Strategic initiative, a think tank from Micgiel Academy. I'm also serving as an officer in Ukraine Armed Forces. Very briefly on Ukraine-Polish, Ukraine-Lithuanian, and trilateral cooperation aspects. And I will focus on defense cooperation first and foremost. There is, firstly, on Ukraine-Poland, there is a very high intensity of interstate dialogue. There were 3 phone conversations and 4 personal meetings of the Ukrainian-Polish president in 2024 alone. There were 3 meetings of Ukrainian president with Polish prime minister. There were 2 meetings of Ukrainian prime minister with the president and the prime minister of Poland. There was a lot of second level communication. Say Vice Prime Minister of Ukraine, Stefanishina, had a minimum of 5 meetings with her colleague, the Minister of European Affairs in Poland. So the intensity is very high. The core document which was signed this year is the Agreement on Security Cooperation between Ukraine and the Republic of Poland. This document might have been stronger, and the political way of having it signed also might have been better, but still it's an important framework for Ukraine and Poland to cooperate, which it is fixing both the transfer of the Polish jets to Ukraine, a minimum of 14 MiG-29 jets, and also a core role of Poland in logistics with development of Pol-Log hub, the specific hub for the military equipment to be developed, deployed to Ukraine. Poland has given 44 packages of military aid to Ukraine worth a minimum of $4 billion and trained 15,000 of Ukrainian soldiers. On core bilateral issues between Ukraine and Poland, we can look into Ukraine's integration of EU and NATO, Polish role in tank coalition, plane capabilities coalition, drone coalition, and the mining coalition. And Poland still is to join 2 more capability coalition, which is artillery and maritime capability coalition. Militech cooperation is growing. One of the things I'd like to focus is the repair of the damaged Western equipment on the territory of Poland on 2 factory facilities. And another important layers are cooperation of territorial defense and anti-air defense of both Poland and Ukraine. If we speak of Ukraine-Lithuanian dialogue, it also remains very intense. There were 3 meetings of the presidents, and I would like to point out that Minister of Defense Kosciuszko made 2 visits to Ukraine, and Minister of Foreign Affairs also made 2 visits to Ukraine. Ukraine and Poland also has bilateral security agreement in which uniquely Lithuania pledged 0.25 GDP to support Ukraine every year. Lithuania and Ukraine cooperate in a couple of coalitions, which are the most important is the mining coalition and also IT coalition. On core bilateral issues, there's also Lithuanian support for Ukraine joining NATO and EU, procurement anti-air systems and anti-drone systems in which Lithuanians excel, and also training of Ukrainian soldiers. Approximately 1,500 of Ukrainian soldiers were trained in Lithuania. I have 20 seconds left, so I will jump to the conclusions directly.
You think you're going to be president someday?
I think we are facing bad winter ahead. Russians may take Ukrainian power grid, which may lead in a huge wave of Ukrainian refugees. Those might be millions of people coming to Poland and to Lithuania. As history shows, it might be hundreds of thousands. Poland is always the very first point of entry, and we should be attentive for this. There is Russian energy game developing legended as Azerbaijani gas, Hungarian oil, and Qatari gas. We should pay attention to that, and we should bring trilateral answer to this challenge. The last one. I think there is a lot of Russian hybrid warfare deployed into the space of history, and we should be very careful not to help our enemies when we speak about our pain. We should speak about our pain, but do it attentively, respectfully, and we should not allow our enemies to weaponize our pain against ourselves and our friends. Thank you. I exceeded my time.
I just wanted to thank all three of you, and I realized that the one thing we didn't do is we did not have a system. We have all these interns here. We've been doing everything else, but we did not have a system of timekeeping, and that's my fault. And so I promise, because people don't have an orientation when they're speaking on how long they take. So I'm very sorry about that. We will. I wish that we had. This is very interesting. I wish we had time for questions, but we are moving on to our next panel, the final panel, which is the panel that deals with Polish-Ukrainian relations, but deals with it on the diaspora of the diaspora. And to lead this is someone who has been my closest friend for nearly 30 years, understands all the different diasporas. The president of the American Foreign Policy Council, Herman Kirchner, who actually has visited so many different places and done so much work in terms of U.S. foreign policy. His book, Post Putin, is a book. We're talking about Adrian's book. That book, Post Putin, ought to be read by everyone in this room. Okay, with that introduction, I will ask you, and I will ask Mr. John. Without this, I will ask. I think Karatnycky is here somewhere, and my good friend, please. This last is very, very important for them. Thank you very much, guys.
So I'll get right at it. I'm going to pick up with the opening remarks of Alexander Model. It has to be about defeating Russia and bringing true victory to Ukraine. That can happen, of course, only with the support of the U.S. government, because the U.S. government can supply the weapons that are needed, weapons that no other country in Europe has the capability to provide. Will we provide those weapons? That's a fight that's going to be waged in Congress and within the next administration. And I think the diasporas of Ukraine, of Lithuania, and other countries has an extremely vital role to play. And it's been that way for a long time. I left Senate staff in '82, but in the early days of the Reagan administration, who dominated the internal staff debate? It was dominated mostly by people whose parents, grandparents came from communism, or maybe you had a very close friend that way. I grew up like Andy in Cleveland, Ohio, where we learned what communism was as the EPs came in and they talked to us about how life was under communism, talked about Russian imperialism. And this knowledge that exists in the diaspora, I think, is vital to the debate that goes on Capitol Hill. So if someone has doubts about Russian imperialism, you can talk not just about 2008, 2014, 2022, but how about the three partitions of Poland, 1772, 93, 95, the 1920 Kosciuszko Foundation fight, 1939, you have these types of answers. When you talk about this plan to give up land, it's not about land, just about land. It's about surrendering the lives of millions of people to live under Moscow's rule. You're talking with Lithuania, Poland, Ukraine, you know what that means. You grew up hearing stories about people disappearing, about the tortures. These are stories that need to be told to Congress, to the new administration, and I will end by saying that I have a personal debt for everybody that comes to the diaspora because of my education and introduction into foreign affairs. And I think we'll go now to Andy to keep on time.
Great. I learned time ago speaking. If you're either the last person or second to last person, state the principles of SSB, short, sweet, and poignant. So I will try to be as brief and quick as possible. I want to thank the organizers. I also want to thank our colleagues in the Polish-Lithuanian community. This is something not new to me or to our communities, as Herman mentioned. I want to point out what happened, why this exists and this happens. I will go back to the 1970s, not that I'm aging myself, but going back to the 1970s, where we had done a Czech mayor of the city of Cleveland by the name of Ralph Burke. Knew how important the many ethnic communities were. Under his leadership, he organized what was called the American Nationalities Movement of Ohio. As of the most that existed, I think there were 36 different ethnic groups that were part of this central organization. Not the Eastern and Central European, the Vietnamese and others, and the Cubans and the Syrians and others who were fighting for their independence, for their democracies. This was also the group that helped initiate the Captive Nations Week commemorations in Washington. So this is nothing new to us. We've been together for many years. Under Burke's leadership, I served as Deputy Chief of Staff to Governor Voinovich. One of Governor Voinovich's preambles was to make sure that we involved in state government, communities. He took a look at his office. It was friends like us. It was friends from the Polish, Lithuanian, Baltic, Ukrainian, Czech, Slovak communities who participated in the process because he gave us a chance. So that's the way we worked. That's the way we continue to work. We work together at particular times, even City Hall, and you're probably back in the 1970s. That's something I grew up in, that's something I believe in, and that's why I so closely, our organization works with our partners in the various ethnic communities. I think everybody here also knows that along with these three nationalities, we're also the founders of the Central and Eastern European Coalition in Washington, D.C. We are much stronger when we go to our members of Congress in the administration, not as 2.2 million Ukrainians, but as 25 to 30 million. These last 3 years, I have not attended any meeting personally with any member of Congress and Senate unless I had a member of the Polish and Lithuanian Jewish community with me in those meetings. From all of us, we're much stronger if we speak from 3 million rather than those 2.2 million of Ukrainian Americans. I really just want to highlight just a few personal initiatives. This is not only what we've done, but I think it's important for folks to know. One of the first meetings I had as serving as president of the Ukrainian Congress was to be invited by the government of Poland to attend the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II in September of 2019. It was a great honor for me to be there with representatives of the Polish community and other communities that were there. Now, very quickly, in terms of some of the joint things we have done. 6 months prior to the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, back in July of 2021, was the first opportunity the Polish-American Congress and I issued a joint statement regarding Nord Stream 2. In December of 21, we wrote separate letters to President Biden for full support of Ukraine. In January of 22, I visited Chicago and the Polish-American Congress and the community, and I sat down with them and worked out a strategy in terms of what was going to happen And if it does happen, the full-scale invasion comes, how are we going to work together? 6 months later, the PAC gave us a check for $100,000 to make sure to start off our humanitarian aid. It was our partners in the Polish community who did that. I have traveled to Poland and Ukraine 18 times since February 24th of 2022. Every single time I stopped to Krakow, I stopped to Jacyk, I stopped to Warsaw, not only to thank our Polish community, the citizens, the government, but we have established a warehouse. We are working with other groups to make sure the humanitarian aid comes. I was one of the first to lead, 3 weeks into the full-scale invasion, a bipartisan delegation of 4 senators, 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans. We stood on the border. We saw 50,000 Ukrainians cross that particular day. Those were the numbers that were coming through. We worked the kitchens. We worked at Sysyn. We helped serve those people. Upon returning, we also, from the Ukrainian Congress Committee of America, sent over $100,000 check to the Ukrainian Cultural Center in Sysyn and Karatnycky to help them with the costs they would have to make sure they attained their particular refugees that were coming across. I've participated in many forums and panels. I've attended the 60 million Congress twice in Jacyk, 2 times in Miami. As a matter of fact, I'll be in Chicago again for the Polish forum. We're calling it 60 million Poles, 60 million Ukrainians together. I've got a litany of also of things we've done in terms of J-Bank, in terms of the statements we had. The one difference with the Baltic community, I will end on this, is we have worked very closely also with the Lithuanian, Latvian, and Estonian communities in Washington, with their central organization, with their separate organizations. But what's unique about our relationship as representatives of the diaspora, representatives of the Ukrainian Congress Committee of America, we have found a unique bond with actually the government of Lithuania. We go hand in hand with all 3 embassies. The 3 embassies include us, community organization, not the government of Ukraine, they're also included, but us in terms of all the various seminars, the various events they have, the webinars. When the 3 speakers of the Baltic countries came to Washington, we were a co-sponsor along with the embassies and the government of Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia. So what's very unique about the Baltic countries is they understand in terms of the influence or the advocacy efforts that we can have, and they have reached out a hand, and we work very, very closely with them in those regards. I'm going to end with this, the future. A couple of things I think we can do a much better job, or actually propose as projects. We need to work closer on the political side of things. And I'm not saying one party or the other, but we need to register our people in states. We conduct voter registration drives, vote Republican, vote Democrat, vote Independent. That's not my point. My point is we need to be involved in the process. Maybe we can work together in terms of both voter registration drives in our communities, as well as get out the votes. It's one thing to register and sit home and not vote. You got to get out there and you got to vote. So I offer that as an opportunity for us to work in the future. I also would like to propose the model from the American Nationalities Movement of Ohio in terms of how they structured it. Maybe we can take that into some of our communities where we don't have that type of formula. And finally, somebody mentioned the youth. Somebody mentioned the scouts. Our youth is our future. We need to take a look at our scouting organizations and see whether or not our youth and our organizations, Lithuanian and Polish and Ukrainian, can do things together, be it summer camps. And let's not forget about our universities. We have Ukrainian university clubs all over our major universities. I'm sure the Lithuanians and Poles do too. Let's get the young people to know each other. Let's get them to know who we are. Let's make sure that they continue working together. That's something I'm committed to, and I'm sure you are as well. Thank you.
We'll go to Rosina next.
It's very difficult to speak after my colleague because most of his remarks were in my notes.
Well, we worked on them together.
Yes, exactly. So because of the time, I'm not going to go into the same specific things. I'm gonna try to point out the things that are very important. Registration to vote and election and not selecting the party. This is the key to get people involved. Because we in our organizations, even in the Polish American Congress, we have Democrats and we have Republicans. So how can you endorse a candidate as an organization if your constituent, your group says, well, not really, I'm not gonna vote for that. So the policy of the Congress is registering to vote and vote. That's what you have to do. Mr. Spula sent a letter to all divisions to make sure that divisions are on the ball, they know what they're doing. It comes to our involvement in Central East European Coalition. This organization was created in '96. The Poland acceptance in NATO in 1999. But it took us 7 years when we started. When the organization was created, was much easier, because we became a group. It was not only Polish Americans asking for the NATO inclusion, it was other countries. So this unity in this organization, and also reaching out to other organizations. Personally, as a Polish American representative, worked with Italian, with Irish, attended their events. I speak about the issues. I talk to them about the situation in Ukraine and also in Poland, how Poland has changed. We're looking at Poland. I remember Poland. I was in Poland when there was a martial law. I was there. And it's unbelievable. It's unimaginable. And how can you explain to young American about the communists, and how can you tell them how awful it is? They think that this is an idea. The communist is an idea. It's not an idea. It's something that takes away your rights. It's no democracy. Democracy is completely not taught in communism. So this is the way we have to do. We have to find a way to educate and convince the young Americans, because we need them when the time comes to vote. Our groups, fine. Other ethnic groups, fine. But we need to also reach out the Americans, because they will be crucial when the time is important. The one thing that I want to just say, oh my God, my notes, he said this, he said that. Okay. Okay. The one thing that we heard today a little bit, I mean, a lot about the history, but also about this history that nobody wants to talk about. I think when the time comes, when the time is right, those matters will be addressed, and it should be addressed by the governments and by the people of the country. So that's what I wanted to say.
Well, I certainly feel like a neophyte as compared to my colleagues here with all their accomplishments and everything they've contributed, to these topics and everything. But the word, I think, that this whole conference that is applicable is it's complicated. And it's complicated, in terms of the diaspora. It's in terms of cooperation, in terms of networking. It may be difficult because we have a history, but in periods of history, we've always come together. So throughout the tumultuous history of our three nations, we've had our ups and downs. We've had our strained relations. But when it came to push and shove and our backs were against the wall, somehow, some way we managed to come together. For example, the Battle of Grunwald or Žalgiris, Arguably the largest, bloodiest battle of medieval European history. Lithuania and Poland, along with their allies, did a death knell to the marauding European crusaders. Now, despite animosities and squabbles between our Lithuanian and Polish nobles, eventually they came together to establish one of the most formidable states of Europe, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the Republic of Two Nations. Of course, the interwar period and World War II had monumental challenges for all three of our nations. But our tumultuous history did not destroy us, it made us stronger. Now, in the face of the Putin regime's savagery, once again, we came together with the creation of a new regional cooperative initiative, the Lublin Triangle. During the approximately 200 years of torment by the Tsars and the Soviets, I am sure that the concepts of networking and coordination and cooperation were literally non-existent. But for you see, the greatest tragedy during this period is that our time to develop as a normal democratic nations was brutally taken away from us. In this regard, as compared to other Western European nations, our three nations are but babes still learning how to walk before we can run. And the conversations I've had with some colleagues, you know, our three nations learned and progressed very quickly. Now, how can we in the diaspora duplicate the close relationship of our three nations? How do we impact networking on political matters of common concern? How can we impact coordinating on informational matters of common concern and educational matters of common concern? Our three nations, out of necessity, banded together to combat an existential evil. But do we in the diaspora feel the same necessity to band together for common causes? Each of our communities in the diaspora have lobbying and advocacy groups that speak to congressmen and senators and even to joint sessions of Congress. However, are we in our communities united and engaged in fighting for our common causes and interests? I can only speak of my Lithuanian community. Several months ago, I spoke with an Illinois congressman, and basically he said, you know, whenever there's issues out in the world, we hear from very many ethnic groups, but we don't hear anything from the Lithuanians. Whatever challenges that we face, you know, living abroad, if our three nations can band together for common causes, why can't we do the same thing here? Let's form our own triangle. Let's reach out to each other. And as a united force, you know, I guarantee that our voices will be heard. And what I mean by hearing from us, you know, our lobbying and advocacy groups have a value, but it is a limited value. However, when a postman drops 1,000 letters on a congressman's or a senator's desk, all of a sudden they perk up because each letter, each phone call is a potential vote for their reelection campaign. I remember the days in the 80s when we began to sniff the air of freedom for our countries. With our hair on fire, within days, communication centers were set up, tens of thousands of letters written and sent, and phone calls made, protests organized. We descended upon Washington and other state capitals like locusts to have our voices heard and to make damn sure that the United States and the rest of the free world would not back down in their support for our quest for freedom. Do we in the diaspora have the same on-fire enthusiasm now as we did in the past? I know that the Ukrainians do because they fight for something that Lithuanians and Poles already have: freedom. Of course, we who live in a foreign land away from our brothers and sisters in Europe face different challenges. There is no imminent threat that would force us to band together. But we must realize that we are just a few among the many in this melting pot called America. If we wish to have any influence on foreign policy, on trade, on education, the only way we can have an impact is by uniting for common causes to make our voices heard. I'm a history teacher in Chicago's public school system, and it galls me that there is little or no mention of our part of the European world. We teach about the horrors of Nazism and the fact that over 10 million people were killed, but not a word of a possible 100 million deaths attributed to a brutal Soviet regime. So again, I'll just close by saying, whatever issues, historical issues, cultural issues that we've had in the past is the past. And I think it's so important for all of us, all of our organizations, all of our communities to reach out together and really combine. And when we combine, we are a powerful force. And I guarantee you that our voice will be heard. Thank you.
The brief introduction presentations left us some room for questions. So who would like to begin? 1, 2, 3.
Listen, I've already been in Canada for 35 years, but I come from here. I know frequently Ukrainian Canadians discuss and don't understand fully the Ukrainian community in the United States, particularly with political affairs. Of course, the situation is very different. The Canadian government recognizes Ukrainian Canadian Congress and indeed was involved in forming it, and the three groups work relatively well, I would say, in Canada, and have developed over time a good relations, which includes election of candidates. I can see in the western areas of Toronto where Poles and Ukrainians who are numerous together seem to band together. I think behind your stories are the relative decline from the high point that our communities had influence in the 80s and 90s. And you've given a number of possibilities for what the groups can do together to do this. Can you get any of you more concretely discuss what you see as the situation where the voices will be heard? And because I would assume, while Ukrainians may be on the front line at the moment, this is going to be necessary for Poles and for Lithuanian.
I'll let you go first this time.
Okay, thank you. I think the reason is such that the Polish American community, after the Poland was after Solidarity movement, free election, and acceptance of Poland into NATO, everything sort of stopped. The political fight stopped. There is no need for political fight. There is freedom in Poland. This time, we see a little bit movement towards involvement in the politics because of the war in Ukraine, because of the attack of Putin's attack on Ukraine. This is completely different. The young people want to be involved. They want to join the organization. They want to be volunteers. So we see that happening in our community, in the Polish American community, because they feel that Polish security is at risk. They understand the Putin. They know what the capital is. I mean, the communist is. So they see the threat that this is what is happening.
I think that first and foremost, the Central and Eastern European Coalition was again established back in 96. So since 96 to, let's say, 2014, when the real war started in Ukraine, the Washington organizations, the Washington presidents worked well together.
What we needed to do over the last 10 years was to take that message to our communities. It was said earlier by John, our representatives respond to their electors. And the one thing we're trying to work on over the last 10 years, and particularly over the last 3 years, that's why I mentioned when we go to meet with members of Congress, we take constituents of the other groups of the Polish, Jewish, Lithuanian, Latvian, Estonian, other community with us, Cuban. If that happens to be a Cuban American senator or representative. Because the story is, it's in the national security interest of the United States to give Ukraine every tool possible. And it's not only about Ukraine. Ukraine stands in the forefront. And that's why we bring our friends from the other communities to say, it's not only about Ukraine. We could be next. And that's what we've tried to do. And that's why we're working a lot more closer. And that's why we're focused in to make sure it's not only Washington. I just came back from speaking in Los Angeles at the Ukrainian Independence Day. Who was there was the General Counsel of the Government of Lithuania. She and I appeared together on local TV. Yes, it was a Ukrainian event, but we wanted to make sure the Lithuanian presence was heard on TV too, so that people understood also there locally. Californians, members of city council or whatever, but this again is not only a Ukraine issue. So that's what we're trying to accomplish. That's why we're trying to work closer, not only through the CEC, but our individual branches. We all have individual branches. Up in Chicago is probably one of the best communities, and besides Cleveland, Chicago is also one of the best communities in terms of our branch, working with both the Polish community as well as the Lithuanian community. And we need to take that to other cities. I mean, right now, we don't need to go to New York. Sorry, Walter. I don't need to go to Chicago. I don't need to go to Detroit and Cleveland. I need to go to Atlanta, Charlotte, Portland, Seattle, Sacramento, Phoenix, Minnesota, Wisconsin, where the new Ukrainian communities are. There are so many young Ukrainians who are working hard on the humanitarian side, engaging with their local state officials, with their media. Yes. And so I want you to be part of your family. And that's why I've spent a lot of my time traveling to those communities and saying, you're wanted, you're needed, you need to sit at the table with us. We don't want to give you direction, but I hear how you think things can work better. So I think it's pushing a lot. And I think the way what is happening so is not only working with the Ukrainian government, but also working with these partners and some other partners, the evangelical movement, that we got Speaker Johnson to finally do the right thing. It was coalition building, it was getting the right people together in the coalition, and we will continue that.
My only comment is that, you know, when you have people living for over 30 years now in relative freedom, you know, in Lithuania and Poland, there isn't that imminent threat. And, you know, I think the folks here don't have the hair on fire attitude that we had, you know, in the 70s and 80s. And so we have to figure out how to motivate these people, you know, how to bring them into our coalitions, et cetera. So, you know, hopefully we can do that and by working together.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, as my comment goes to the observation made by Mr. John Hopkins, that in the Chicago public school system, there is no emphasis, or there is no mention, or very little mention of the fact in history that over 100 million people were killed by communist regimes throughout the world since the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917. The way to remedy that is to publicize the achievements of the Victims of Communism Memorial Museum, which is now a bricks and mortar museum on 15th Street in Washington, D.C., not far from Lafayette Park, not far from the White House. The Polish government gave $5 million to the museum several years ago. American government contributed possibly the same amount of money. This was the achievement of a strong anti-communist intellectual professor at Georgetown, Professor Lee Edwards. So I hope you might visit the website of the Victims of Communism Memorial Museum. They have an excellent educational outreach program that might benefit the pupils in the Chicago public school system.
Thank you for your comment. You know, I actually admonish my students not to open up a textbook at all. All the material I use are actual documents and what have you, and I really promote much of Eastern European history at you know, the disappointment of some of my colleagues. So.
That roundabout speakers address themselves to the fact that we are in the midst of a presidential campaign in the United States, which will probably actually determine the results of the war in Ukraine. But I think this is the most important issue here that has been brought up. And I just published an article on the subject, and basically we have President Biden is showing a strategy of attrition, you know, that we should beat out Russia, but he's completely unconcerned that this also burns extremely. Ukraine has also a lot of soldiers killed, and it's totally being destroyed. And by the way, people, I don't know if you realize that Biden, in a sense, is preparing the ground for peace negotiations. They are already talking about it. And then we have former President Trump is openly talking about negotiations, that we must stop the killing, we must negotiate the end of the war. So whoever wins the election, there will be negotiations for peace. And I think that this is our most important task, is to affect what are the conditions of peace for Ukraine. Because there can be peace on good, on good terms and not so good terms. I am an optimist. I believe it's going to be on good terms, because the United States cannot afford to appear itself at loss or to have Ukraine lose when it spends so much time and money supporting it. So I believe that whichever side wins the presidential election will be negotiating good future for Ukraine. But I think that we must get involved in presidential campaigns, in the lobbying, for what is going to happen right after the election. There will be negotiations, and then the US Congress is not willing to give much more money for war in Ukraine. So there will be negotiations, and we must get involved in that.
Members of the panel want to conclude?
Yeah, I think also be aware that the member of the Congress and the Senate are running for the re-election. So it's possible that those people will be replaced. There will be a different slate of congressmen and senators, because some of the races are very, very tight, similar to the presidential election. The message is one: whoever you want to support, Republican or Democrat, you just have to show up and vote.
Adrian? And then we'll come to you after Adrian. Oh, well, you got the microphone.
Okay, about 2 years ago, the Latvian American Society sent me something really simple. All they wanted to know was my email and my zip code. So what happens is, I'm a typical American. I'm busy doing 1,000 things. All of a sudden, there's this bill in Congress about giving aid to Ukraine. All of a sudden, I get this email from the Latvian Society, and they say, oh, this bill is coming up. Your senator is Cory Booker. Here's a cut and paste letter. Here's his email. Here's the representative. So it takes like no minutes to do it. And I'm doing a good job for the Ukraine and the Balkans. Do you know about this?
Yes.
With today's technology and software, it's much easier. Sometimes all I have to do is, press a button. But you gotta do it. You don't have to we said emails to.
They didn't.
Don't read it.
My observation is that there's been substantial upgrading of the sort of outreach to Congress, the kind of lobbying halls around the Ukraine war. But there has not been as much of an articulation of building, say, PACs that would provide, financial support to members of Congress. In fact, in my view, although humanitarian aid is very important, the amount of money that the diasporans are investing in raising money for humanitarian aid, if 2% of it were channeled to such lobbying efforts, it sets loose billions of dollars. And there are two initiatives. One is a small one by Jed Sundin that targets support for 10 pro-Ukrainian Democrats and Republicans. And then there's the more partisan initiative of Tom Malinowski and Jim Roosevelt, who've been running, Reagan, JFK, the traditional support to try to reach East European constituencies. And I'm wondering, is there any thought, because I think such a great job has been done to pound the halls, but in the absence of these PACs, you have more clout if such a thing were done, if there was like a central East European PAC that would help friends of these communities across both the party divide.
What's up? We got it.
Can I answer that or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Is very strongly supported within the Ukrainian American community. The one thing we lack is a PAC. There's no question about it. Some people do it much better. Hungarians do it very well. And take a look at the Armenians. The Armenians are very small in number, but they got a lot of money. I fully support John in terms of his initiatives. I think that's very important. Obviously, as not-for-profit organizations have to be very careful on that particular approach. That's why we can encourage folks to work with them, and that's something that needs to continue.
I just want to say that this is a great idea. We have state divisions that they have political action committee, which is separate from the Congress. And they are doing support and they endorsing the candidates, doing fundraisers and stuff like that.
I'll step first.
Thank you. In the environment of genocidal war which Russia is waging, diaspora becomes a major factor of Ukrainian national security. Dialogue between Ukraine's government and the diaspora, who has a say in internal life, becomes a matter of life and death to us. It's essential that we share the vision. It's essential that Ukrainian government, opposition, and diaspora talk and have the same vision to be strongly transferred in the United States. And here, seeing representatives of Ukrainian, Polish and Lithuanian diaspora together, as a Ukrainian, I feel safer because I see you together and I see your power here in this country, which support of which is vital to Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Until the diaspora organizations can set up effective political action committees and raise money to have more influence, I think what we should do between now and Election Day is to emphasize the Budapest Memorandum. This gives a moral reason for Americans to support Ukraine. Ukraine kept her part of the bargain, surrendered her nuclear arsenal in return for guarantees of territorial integrity and national sovereignty from the United Kingdom, the United States, and the Russian Federation. The Russian Federation, under new leadership, under Putin's leadership, reneged on that. However, that's not a reason for the United States and the United Kingdom to overlook the fact that there is a strong legalistic, moralistic reason to continue to support Ukraine rather than to engage in negotiations when a substantial part of Ukrainian territory is now under the occupation of the Russian military, the whole northern coast of the Black Sea.
There's one in the back.
President Duda, President Putin was supposed to show up with former President Trump at the Yasnagura Monastery. It was, no, it's not. It was cancelled because of attacks of the Western troops. But what happens is that President of Poland is a great advocate of Ukraine. And they are having a conversation on this topic virtually non-stop. So I think it's something.
We have one in the back and then the UMS.
Hi, my name is Adrian. I just wanted to say thanks. I loved your talk. It was very, very interesting. I had a question specifically for Timothy. You mentioned how you lived under martial law in Poland. How has it, what has it been like for, the Russian military to be so close to your country? How has it been? Has it brought up a lot of memories and very difficult things for you, your family, your friends who you grew up with in martial law? And how are you dealing with that?
That's a good question. But at first I have to tell you that the Russian army was stationed in Poland. We had the cities in Poland that the Russian army was living, I think one of them was, let me think, Jacyk. Some very, I don't remember, maybe I don't want to mix up the names of the towns. When martial law was called, I was away from my hometown. I was in Zielona Góra. Zielona Góra also was the town that had Russian army stationed there. So in the morning there was just no programs, nothing, and there was General Jaruzelski speaking. What is happening? That we are at war. We are at war with the citizens of this country, of Poland. Of course, it was dramatic for me. It was dramatic for my father and my mother, because they were part of that solidarity movement in the factories that they work. So everybody was afraid. They didn't know what's going to happen. We had this police hour that there were tanks on the cross streets. There were soldiers with the weapon standing here and there. So it was very, very eerie. I sort of can imagine how the Ukrainians feel today about the army and all this tragedy that is happening, how they are helpless, completely helpless. Because for us, martial law didn't destroy the buildings. They either arrest you or let you go or whatever. But here, there in the Ukraine, you had those people displaced. They just have to leave everything and run. So this is something that I will never forget. And I always talk to my children about it when they say, oh, what is this, martial law, this solidarity. They know solidarity. They met like Wałęsa. I personally had a fundraiser for Lech Wałęsa when he arrived to New York. And at that time, we had a Governor Pataki. He was the governor of state of New York. And he had a wonderful lady working for him, Zenia Mucha. wow, this is the Polish last name. So we made the arrangements with Zenia Mucha that the governor will come visit Lech Wałęsa. And this is what was happening. I was sitting between Lech Wałęsa and George Pataki as a guest. And they talked about it. He showed Lech Wałęsa Greenpoint, which is the Polish community. He says, look, President, there's a Polish people living in that region. So they were so enthusiastic. I have not seen anybody so excited about visit of the Lech Wałęsa by any politicians that I remember, and maybe Holy Father, Saint John Paul II. He had that appearance, so the people were excited to see him.
Last question will go to the ambassador.
A very short question. There's also substantial Russian population, Russian diaspora in the United States. Do you monitor their activities? Do you know something about what they are doing right now? Because it would be very interesting. We're ready to answer that question with final comments. That's something I haven't done.
I think we know, at least from the Ukrainian side, we know where the largest Russian populations are. Around some beach here, whatever, it's called. And other parts. The greatest challenge we have is not with all the greatest challenge, obviously, we have is with all the millions and billions of dollars coming in from it's being spent by Russian misinformation, on a much larger basis, be it the lobbying firms, advocacy firms, media firms, officials, whatever you want to call it, that are, are being paid for the services. Incidents in certain communities where they try to disrupt. One of the ugliest was recently, half a year ago, at the campus of the University of Connecticut, where Ukrainian support signs, flags were desecrated, and all sorts of things. And, so it's isolated. It has not been to the extent that, we want more of the people in the hallways of Congress than we do. But yes, I mean, unfortunately, it takes place, and sometimes it's in the strangest of places, like I said, the University of Connecticut, where I believe we had 2 incidents on 2 separate occasions. And obviously, somebody got involved, asked the university to investigate. So luckily, fortunately, we have, the relationships that can help assist it. But no, I don't believe we're tracking. I don't believe, we're doing, in terms of the Russian diaspora that may be living here in the States. That's not something that I know that we are doing, monitoring their activity that much.
I think at the present time, the Russian people are in hiding. I mean, seriously, because if we talk, somebody says, well, you have a Russian name or Russian accent, then you ask them, are you Russian? And the first response is, I'm not supporting you, Putin. I have nothing to do with Putin. So this is the effect, like a personal assurance that no, this is not me. I have nothing to do with that, and no support. And we also had there's a wonderful restaurant named Russian Tea Room. I've been there a few times, and it's a nice place. And when the war started, people started to boycotting that restaurant. And those poor people, the owners, they came out at the morning show and they said, well, we are Russians, but we fled from the Putin. We are not the supporters of Putin. So please come back to us. Please come to our restaurant. So I think they are in hiding, but that's a good question, and I will think about that. Maybe we should.
John, you have the last word.
I think what's really happening with the Russian community is, you know, when the Russians have been fed lies for 200 years, and those lies become truth. And I think with the West, they feel that the West is really ganging up on poor little Russia now. So I get some of that feeling with some of my Russian friends. So even though they may not overtly, you know, support Putin or even support the war, but they feel that Russia is being unfairly, literally inundated negatively by the entire Western world.
Thank the panel and ask you to help me thank them.
Good.
That was fun.
I would ask everybody to be very patient. We are at our last session, so I know that if you want to get folks, we're at our last session. We have a 10-minute transmission by Minister Micgiel, two-time Defense Minister of Poland, a very important word, and we have a 5-minute word from one of the great heroes of our time, someone who has done, who will say a few words about the war itself, and then I promise you will have the best reception you've ever had. So give me 15 to 20 minutes. I will be asking our wonderful host to actually complete this entire process by both introducing Minister Micgiel and Major Lopez. I think he's up. Okay, so I'm going to ask. Yes, he's ready.
So, may I have your attention just for 20 minutes, Walter promised. We'll be quick. So now we have the former Minister of Defense, the Solidarity leader, Mr. Janusz Micgiel. Without any further ado, I'd like to give the floor. It's raising up in our case. Minister Micgiel, thank you for joining us. I know it's very important. It's 11 p.m. right now. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Well, first of all, I must apologize for not being with you. That's due to my very silly mistake, and I have to be blamed for it. But nevertheless, I will try to somehow, present you with some views which I think will be of slightly different nature. Because, we were discussing here the relationship between Polish, Ukrainian, Lithuanian nations, communities, diaspora, what could be done, what should be done. But I think that what really unites us, and as sort of the major goal, is to help Ukrainians to win the war, at least win the war on the terms which Ukrainians will be ready to accept. And this war is the result of tremendous, I would say, monumental change in Russian policy, mainly, I mean, the return to imperial Russian tradition. This was not something which could be seen during Yeltsin period, but Putin finally decided that after realizing that he cannot carry on the arrangement he had with Russian people, that Russian people will allow him to run the country, but he would secure them quite visible and effective raise of standards of living, that Russia will not be, you know, another center of economic power. Ruble will not be one of the international currencies, and so on and so on. What Putin had to offer was the return to imperial policy and secure the support, because he claimed that he could provide this sense of greatness, this feeling that they live in a very powerful country. And this is not something entirely new. This was something very typical during the Tsarist period. After all, you know, it's Lermontov who wrote that, "Let me be a slave, but a slave of the Tsar of the world." That's something quite typical for Russia. Unfortunately, Russian imperialism is extremely expansionist. I saw not very long time ago a report on television of Putin meeting young people, and he asks one little boy where Russia ends, and this little boy says, very proud that he knows the answer, Russia ends at Bering Strait, separating Russia from Alaska. And Putin looked at him, smiled, and said, "No, Russia never ends." So that's the whole problem. But the problem for Russia is that to be a superpower, to be a great player on the world scale, to be recognized as a country which is very extremely powerful and then must be respected, giving Russians this sort of sense of greatness. Russia needs Ukraine. And that's why, you know, fight for Ukraine is so important, because with Ukraine, the whole situation will not end. It will not be so that if Ukraine is again sort of, you know, dominated or even incorporated by Russia, the history will end and we can live in Europe happily ever after. In Poland, we know very well that since Peter the Great, the main objective of Russian foreign policy was to dominate and control Poland, because only controlling Poland, Russia could cast a long shadow of hegemony, and in that way be an extremely important element of European and world politics. And this is not just sort of our imagination or our assessment. I don't want to quote Brzezinski, who wrote about that, but let me quote a prominent figure from the communist period who said quite clearly, and this is the quote, "Poland has always been very important to us. Hypothetically, we could come to terms with the loss of Hungary or Czechoslovakia. They were on the sidelines and had no such importance for us. The loss of Poland would be a disaster. Our path to the West would be blocked." And he added, quite prophetically, "If communism was overthrown in Poland, it would lead to overthrow of communism on a global scale." So we can see that fight for Ukrainian victory is not fight for Ukraine, it's fight for Europe, and we all know about it. But how to help Ukraine? Obviously, there are often repeated expectations or requests that Ukraine should be given as much assistance as Ukraine needs, also in arms, and arms delivery should be not linked with some restrictions. How to use these arms, that should be probably NATO should decide to shoot down all rogue missiles or drones which could be coming from Ukraine as Russian drones and missiles, and so on and so on. But very often what is seen as kind of a solution for Ukrainian security is for Ukraine to join NATO. And let's be quite clear about it. Ukraine cannot join NATO as long as Ukraine is at war, which is an active war, not just a legal status. Because, if Ukraine being at war will join NATO, it means that the war will be a war between NATO and Russia, not Ukraine and Russia. I do not think that, realistically, this sort of scenario could be accepted by many countries. Maybe Poland would be ready to accept it, but I would really doubt it if American Senate would vote in with two-thirds majority to have Ukrainian in NATO, which obviously would involve United States in a war with Russia. So that's rather impossible. So what are other scenarios which are under discussion? Another scenario which is also discussed is the scenario which somehow is referring to the situation of West Germany. West Germany joined NATO, being a divided country with no peace treaty. The Potsdam agreements were sort of peace settlements, were rather ceasefire. But it was assumed that West Germany will seek unification with East Germany in peace by peaceful means, not by force. And the decision to accept West Germany into NATO was in a situation where there was no sort of fighting on border. So NATO membership could be considered only in a situation when there will be kind of a ceasefire, which would create a situation in which NATO would sort of guarantee the security of Ukraine within the borders, which are under control of Ukrainian authorities, not the territories which would be still under Russian occupation. But assuming that such a peace would be arranged is not sort of sufficient enough, because Russia would know quite well that to block the further steps of ratification of Ukrainian entry to NATO, it would be enough to resume hostilities, and that would be it. So it looks like this solution could really be considered only in a situation when there will be a feeling in Russia, and as well as in Ukraine, that the war of attrition should somehow be stopped, and that some kind of a sort of break in these hostilities should be considered. So basically, it would be some kind of a break, like a first round in a boxing match, because obviously, assuming that there will be some kind of a ceasefire in a situation when Ukraine is not controlled fully by Russia, which is Russian goal, and on Ukrainian side, Ukraine is not in the situation when Ukraine regains the control over the captured territories. This situation will be not stable. So we probably will be this is something which is possible, but it obviously will not be a stable situation. I think that another step which could be considered, which has some other advantages, is Ukraine joining European Union, because European Union is not a military bloc. So joining European Union, Ukraine will get some kind of assurances resulting from Lisbon Treaty, but not as strong assurances and not purely military assurances as NATO gives its members. So Ukraine joining European Union probably will be theoretically easier, but obviously there are other problems, economic, social, legal, which will slow the process. But at least once the debate with European Union is over, all sort of issues are somehow solved, then the process of accepting Ukraine in Union is easier, because this is the decision of European Union, not all states which, in the case of NATO, should ratify the changes in Brussels Treaty. So I think that that probably is something which could be pursued more rigorously and more strongly, and with greater hopes for success. And having Ukraine in European Union, we would be in a quite different situation. I mean, Poland will be in a quite different situation, Lithuania as well, because then we will have a very powerful bloc, the European Union, of countries which really can sort of cast a certain considerable influence on shaping the European Union policy, economic policy, and also foreign policy. Is this sort of a scenario in which Russia finally will accept ceasefire and will allow European Union, Ukraine joining NATO? Is it sort of possible? Well, obviously, Putin has a tremendous support, but amazingly, quite recently, in Moscow Times, there was published a result of opinion polls. And according to these opinion polls, 48% of Russian citizens already support the withdrawal of Russian troops and peace negotiations with Ukraine without achieving the goals of the so-called special war operation. This is something new, which obviously probably is not fully reliable, but nevertheless it may indicate that there is sort of an undercurrent in Russia, which may result in sort of changes in Russia. And these changes are not completely impossible, because after all, before Putin, and even during first years of Putin, Russia was a different country, had quite different policy. Putin, in his speech in Bundestag, simply presented a program of joining Europe, building very close relationships with Europe, and creating together with Europe another center of gravity on a global scale. Also important and quite serious Russian politicians and analysts kept claiming that Russia obviously can develop and build its future only with Europe. And let me quote, for example, Vladimir Lukin, who wrote that Russia has always been part of the old world and will be able to resist the pressure of Asia, America, and other civilizational centers of gravity only if it is with Europe. Elsewhere in 2017, he wrote that the Chinese wealth is growing rapidly. Being friends with him is a must, if only because there is no other way. but this world is not our world. Will another Russia, after Putin, be run by pure Democrats? Well, that's likely, but not very. I think that it may well be that we may have, another Russian nationalists who will run the country, but quite different than Putin. And what really inspires me to think that this is quite a possibility is is General Lebedь, who in 1990s was extremely influential and politician in Russia, challenging even Yeltsin, and he was a Russian nationalist, but he wrote that the era of empires is over. You can pity. It was magnificent and proud, but a new era is beginning. The construction of a full-fledged Russian nation state. In the international arena, pragmatic nationalism means that Russia does not intend to pay a disproportionate price for a return to the imperial chimera. Well, so let's hope that maybe, it is not so that, we are sort of stuck with Putin forever, and Russia will never change. And Russia will have to change, because Russia has tremendous problems. There will be problems of separatism. Russia will not sort of collapse completely. What we can think may happen is that Northern Caucasus will secede from Russia. And in the longer run, it seems to me that Far East, for example, can also decide to go its own way, very much the same way as Canada decided to become completely independent from Great Britain, despite of the fact that all Canadians, with the exception of people from Quebec, all Canadians spoke English, and they were all, basically had British culture. But geography and economy was a decisive factor, and Russian Far East can really follow this sort of example and this path. And the fact that the Far East area of Russia is rather restive, is trying to take its own course, it could be quite an indication that may happen. And incidentally, what might be quite interesting for our Ukrainian friends is that the Patrushev actually wrote that, this fact that Far East is so difficult is due to the fact that there are so many Ukrainians or people who actually still think in this sort of Ukrainian way. But Far East obviously may have quite another fate, because we must remember that in China there is still lingering sort of conviction that these territories were taken from China, on the basis of unequal treaties, and this is part of Chinese sort of national tradition. Let me tell you that on Damiansky Island, which was a place of fights between Russians and Chinese, there is a museum. Now this island is in China, and in this museum, all sort of border guards are taken not only to see, but also to take an oath. So this is a problem, and this is not just sort of speculation, because in Russia, this is still lingering worry about China. Not a long time ago, a very prominent Russian director and actor, Mikhalkov, laureate of Oscar Prize, very strong Russian nationalist, issued a film on capture of Russia by China. So this is something which may happen. So what will happen with Russia is obviously unknown. We can count that something positively will happen, but to have this positive effect in Russia, Ukraine must win, because Russia changes only after losing wars. That was after Crimean War, that was after the war with China, that was after First World War, and that was after the Cold War. So Ukraine is not fighting just for Ukraine, it's also fighting for Russia. And let's not remember that there is also Belarus, but that's another problem. Thank you.
We'll have time to take one question. Anyone wants to ask a question? Yes, here. Yeah, sorry.
I'm Katrina. First of all, it's a pleasure to meet you, even though it's virtual. You mentioned how, supporting basically supporting the entire world.
I'm very sorry, I can't understand quite well. The chat is rather poor.
Maybe you can paraphrase the question.
Yeah. Maybe
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. I don't think you can hear me.
Can you hear me from here?
Well, from here, it's fine, yes.
Yeah, come up to the front, yeah.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, it's on.
Oh, great. You mentioned how supporting Ukraine is supporting the entire world, including several other countries.
You have to speak up.
He's far away. How Spain is supporting the entire world and supporting several countries. How can we do that if you live in a very small place?
Sorry, but
You still can't hear me?
no, the sound is pretty poor. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Mr. Minister, thank you so much for joining us this late time.
Thank you, and sorry for being just
No
on the
problem.
line.
Yeah, then I think it's kind of wonderfully appropriate, and Adrian, I will ask you, because I think Major Laupin's some of the aspects of Major Laupin. And I think that the minister would believe that this would be interesting. Just a few minutes about the war and what our coalition that I think may be forming right in front of our eyes, that's been there, that is becoming super active. I think maybe if you can introduce the major.
You can't hear.
You really want to step in? I thought that the acoustics in this place were really good. Okay, what I'm saying is this, that Adrian will come up, introduce Major Laupin, and I actually would like the minister to hear this as well. For 5 minutes, if the major can explain to us what he thinks is going on before he's been there in real terms and so on. So Adrian. Our unexpected guest, but a necessary guest, is Major Igor Lapin, a former parliamentarian, a former leader of the movement against capitulation, which was a civic movement that prevented major concessions from Ukraine's government at a time where it looked like Ukraine was about to, I wouldn't say capitulate, but certainly to agree to a settlement with Russia and with its proxy in the Donbass in a way that would have permanently harmed Ukrainian statehood and Ukrainian independence. And Major Lapin has been, as I noted, he's a lawyer by training. He fought in the first wave after 2014. He fought more recently established the Ivan Bohun detachment in the territorial defense. He fought in some of the toughest and hardest battles, including in areas in the periphery of Bakhmut. He was wounded and is not currently in active service, but is here with us. He's been is on a short visit in the United States, and I think we're privileged to be able to hear someone who is a respected commander of who has built fighting forces, and I have particular pride that my brother-in-law signed up to serve in the detachments that were created by our guests. So I'll invite Igor Lapin and Andrei Dubiansky to help with the interpreting for some brief remarks about the state of the
Слава Україні! Моя війна розпочалась в 2014 році під Луганським аеропортом. Я, на жаль, не вивчив англійську мову, але я навчився палити російські танки.
His military career began in 2014 at the Luhansk airport. He unfortunately never learned the English language, but he learned how to burn Russian tanks.
Росія почала війну в Києві, а потім захоплюючи Крим і Донбас.
The presidency of Yanukovych, the war in the east, and you saw Russia took over Crimea and the east. First education.
Ця війна не виживає. Або вбий нас, або вбий їх. Тому я не вірю, що пройде якийсь там європейський формат, котрим ввели розроблений нацистської війни. Є загрози з боку Росії. Нестачна Росія – це нова загроза Заходу.
This war is a war of survival, either bravery or weak. For that reason, he believes that it would have happened that some kind of Yalta format, which we saw would happen at the end of World War II with the Nazi regime. This much like the regime in Russia.
Що є це відсутність загрози з боку імперії. Це на перехідний період, можливо, членство в НАТО, але головне – це відсутність Російської імперії.
The victory for Ukraine is the absence of threat from this empire. The possible leadership of Ukraine and transition to the absence of this Russian empire in the future.
Я часто чую, як говорять, що світ готовий бути з Україною до кінця. Я пропоную бути з Україною до нашої перемоги. Спочатку всі вважали, що Київ впаде за 3 дні. Після того сперечалися, Україна впаде за 3 тижні чи за 2 тижні. Ми вже воюємо і тримаємося 3 роки і більше. Якщо починати з 2014 року, ми тримаємося вже 10 років і більше. Я би просив би діаспору України, Польщі, Литви, всі ті, хто є тут, в цьому залі, і ваші знайомі, і близькі, об'єднатися і повірити в перемогу України. Тому що світ готовий до нашої перемоги. На жаль, не готовий до нашої швидшої перемоги. А скільки моїх побратимів має ще загинути, щоб світ був готовий, щоб ми швидше перемогли цю Росію, надати нам зброю, підтримати Україну на міжнародних майданчиках. І саме головне, пригадайте, що сколихнуло весь світ давати нам зброю. Це слово «Буча».
To the exports of Ukraine, Lithuania, Israel, and beyond, he wishes and calls on the friends of Americans to victory. Unfortunately, it's a faster victory. For us to defeat Russia as soon as possible.
Сьогодні про Україну мало пишуть в західних ЗМІ, в західних медіа. Ми просимо звертати на це увагу, тому що така буча в кожному місті, куди зайшли росіяни. Був Покровськ, буде завтра. Вчора був Бахмут. Я воював біля Попасної, біля Бахмута, я бачив, що роблять росіяни з містами. Вони знищують, в них це називається вогневий баба. Спочатку вони спалюють, потім вони заходять, а потім добивають тих, хто вижив.
As often in the worldwide media, we ask you to pay attention to what's happening because there is, as you mentioned, before, there is a Bucha happening in every city where Russians have entered. Tonight, yesterday, there was Bakhmut. It's what Russians are doing in cities. Of fire.
Це сильного союзника, такого як Україна. Україна зараз виконує функцію бронежилета для Європи. Ми не вороги Польщі, бо дехто тут розповідав, що Україна буде сильна, то це переживають на Заході. Не треба переживати. Ми союзники. Після того, як, не дай Боже, впаде Україна, почнуть падати солдати Америки. Китай скористається на Тайвані. В світі дуже багато непотушених конфліктів, які палають.
It is not necessary to fear a victory in Ukraine. There is no need to be afraid of an ally that will be as strong as Ukraine. Ukraine is probably the function of Western in France. Soldiers will be called upon
Ми переможемо, тому що будемо тоді, коли будемо разом. Українці, поляки, литовці, завжди били руса тоді, коли були разом. У мене в батальйоні Айдар було 2 поляки, Льоля і Боля. Я їх питав, ви що тут робите? А вони кажуть, руса треба бити поки тут, щоб він не дійшов до Польщі.
Standing together, we stand together. Ukrainians and Poles and Lithuanians. With two colleagues.
Слава Україні!
Just 1 or 2 minutes, let me close the meeting with short remarks, ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude today's essential discussions on Lithuanian-Polish-Ukrainian relations, I would like to reflect on the vital points raised throughout the sessions and underscore the urgency of our collective efforts moving forward. History has repeatedly proven that unity among our nations that what he mentioned is not only achievable but crucial. From the era of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth to the Intermarine Council and during the Cold War's defiance against Soviet domination, we have continually shown the strength of collaboration. Today, with the ongoing war in Ukraine, this unity is more vital than ever, making Ukraine's full inclusion in the regional frameworks like the 3 Seas initiative and its future membership in the EU and the NATO a necessary goal. In particular, the role of the United States and the importance of the lobbying efforts by the Central and Eastern European ethnic groups cannot be overstated. We must ensure that voices of our communities are heard clearly in Washington. Through strategic lobbying of both the U.S. administration and Congress, we can secure more substantial political, military, and economic support for Ukraine, as well as greater security for our region. The Lithuanian Triangle Initiative, the Sysyn Initiative, and the ongoing partnership between our diasporas highlight the potential for collaborative actions. The war in Ukraine is not just a regional conflict. It's a confrontation with an aggressive Russia whose ambitions threaten the very fabric of Europe. It's our shared responsibility to act decisively. Together, we must keep advocating for policies that reflect our shared values and support for a free and peaceful Eastern Europe. Let today's conference be a catalyst for further engagement and here with the unique commitment to the cause. Thank you for your participation and dedication. Thank you for wonderful presentations. Thank you for our guests. Running for the multi-state states and those our only going that's tonight without any further ado. Let's meet downstairs for reception and glass of wine. Thank you so much.